Okay. I'll call the Committee of the Whole meeting to order. We do have some additions. Mr. Shelton, if you could speak to those for us, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have two items that have been deferred to the April 18th meeting, and they are items 2 and 3, which were to be presentations by Paul Ferguson of NT Power. So they'll come forward on April the 18th. And then item 34 is a new item, and it is a deputation relative to tonight's public meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions regarding these matters? Could I have a motion then to add these items to our regular agenda?
So moved.
Councillor Hempton, Councillor Broom-Plumley, all those in favour? That is carried. Any declarations of pecuniary interest? Being none, we'll go forward then. Sorry. Regional Councillor.
Thanks very much. Part of the agenda, although it's in the evening session, there is a item number 33 on the agenda is related to, I believe it's 260 Eagle Street, and that is a property and a development that I've declared a conflict of interest in going back a number of years now, as it's within the catchment area and quite close to my home property on 296 Eagle Street, and will not be participating in that discussion.
Deputation 34 is on the same item. That's going to be
Thank you.
now.
34, thank you, as well as the deputation. Thank you, Tom.
So 33 and 34. Good. We'll start off with our presentations then, the first one being a PowerPoint presentation by Sharon Sterling regarding the hospital area parking review. Oh. Mr. Nohammer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could just introduce the consulting team and thank staff in the transportation division under the leadership of Mark Krasnowski and our engineering director, Rachel Prudhomme, for undertaking this work with the consultant team from WSP. And as you know, this project originated with the council recommendation to review parking issues and explore permit parking around the hospital. Engineering staff issued a request for proposal to obtain a consultant and review this issue, and town received 5 good proposals, and WSP Canada Inc. had the best proposal with this particular in-depth knowledge of hospital parking. And Sharon Sterling of WSP, who's the Director of Transportation Planning at WSP, will deliver the presentation with Vince Mosseri, who's the Principal of TransForward Consulting Group, and both have extensive parking experience. Finally, Beatrice Schmid, President of Schmid Communications, will round out the core consulting team, and I understand a few members of council have already met with Beatrice over the course of this project. So I would call upon the consultant to deliver the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we allow up to 10 minutes for presentations.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of committee. Thank you today for allowing us to provide this presentation to you. First, I'd like to thank Mark and his staff, and also the hospital staff and local residents for providing us with a great deal of data and information that was quite relevant to this study. And as you've been already introduced to 2 other members of our team, Beatrice and Vince. As indicated earlier, the study really seeks to address existing illegal parking condition in and around the hospital, which there's been a history of. Staff over the years have provided some implemented measures to address the parking condition. However, our study seeks to identify how effective those measures have been, and if the issue continued, and also how best to address the issue going forward. Our study really was conducted in 3 phases. The first phase included an information gathering where we looked at historic data and field data. The second piece, phase 2, analyzed that data and provided some direction going forward. And phase 3, we prepared a report, met with staff, and came back and prepared a final report, and today our final presentation. So I'll go through briefly the methodology. One of the important pieces was looking at the field data, which included going out to the field, looking at where violations were occurring, and this included a 700-meter radius of the hospital and all of the roadways within that area. Consultation, which occurred with members of council and with the residents, looking at best practices, a number of hospitals, 10 hospitals is specific, throughout the GTA, and then developing a plan to go forward. Regarding historic complaints, as mentioned earlier, there's been an ongoing issue within the hospital area, and so we've obtained and reviewed all complaints to the municipality over the last 5 years and identified the complaints related to a number of streets surrounding the hospital. However, the 2 locations with the highest reported incidents were Lundy's Lane and Queens Crescent. Staff over the years have implemented a number of signage measures throughout the area surrounding the hospital, and a very extensive one, as we indicated, up to 700 meters, and you'll see further in the presentation, certainly one of the largest areas of hospitals in the GTA where you've taken the signage program to such extent. The signage restrictions included time of day, specific hours throughout the day, and the weekday days of the week as well. In addition to the signage program implemented by staff, they've also included a pavement marking, again, a unique measure to the town of Newmarket, where it further provides drivers with direction where not to park, and this is, again, unique to Newmarket. Of those that we reviewed, this measure wasn't implemented elsewhere. On the consultation piece with members of council, there's certainly provided inputs that the issues have increased over time, but there's been some improvements in the number or reduction in the number of complaints that they have personally received. However, the issue still continues to persist, particularly in some areas. We'll see Lundy's Lane being a key one shortly. There's been discussions regarding solutions really on implementing parking meters on various streets or a parking permit system. Members of council that we spoke to were not unanimous that this was a good solution, and you'll see that we concur. There are issues with whether you implement a parking meters on street or a permit system. There was encouraged regarding the new transit service, and that could help with reducing the number of illegal parking within the hospital area. And also there was a concern regarding the number of enforcements, if it was sufficient within the area. The residents, we heard very clearly that the issue regarding Lundy's Lane continued and the number of illegal parking continued regardless of the signage and the pavement marking that the town has implemented. There's concern regarding traffic congestion on this particular road and the level of safety that illegal parkers could cause. Solutions offered included increased enforcement and also response time, and the residents felt the town could provide better response time. So having heard having heard from members of council, the residents, and reviewing the historic information, our team went out into the fields to see if we could see the same level of illegal parking, also looking at the measures implemented by staff, how effective those were. Part of the field work included surveys and documenting existing parking, both on hospital sites and surrounding the hospital. We observed there were over 2,000 parking spaces on the hospital site and over 700 public parking within the 700-meter radius. On-street parking were limited, and there were only 72 spaces available. Parking surveys were conducted for 3 days. These included a Tuesday, Thursday, and a Saturday. And these dates were selected in consultation with the hospital to ensure that the busier days were observed, and also the time period that went from 10 a.m. through 7 p.m., that it covers the entire range of the hospital functions and including visitations. What was very clear from the survey results were parking supply in of itself was not an issue. There were approximately 50%, the parking lots were approximately 50% utilized, and these are the public parking lots. The lots within the hospital were much more utilized and at times reached capacity. However, the public parking lots were less than 50% utilized. The other issue that was clear was the violation on Lundy's Lane continued, and it was clearly the worst of the locations around. What was very clear as well was the parking restrictions implemented by the town was effective in a number of areas, particularly Queens Crescent that had the highest level of complaints. We observed no illegal parking in this area, so indicating that was being the reduction in violation was quite clear. On the violation part, as mentioned earlier, Lundy's Lane, Gray Street continued to be an issue. The next area we looked at were enforcement, again, as a concern both by members of council and by the residents, wondering how effective has enforcement been and if, in fact, enforcements were occurring. Again, we looked at over 4 years, and very clear, in 2012, over 8,000 tickets were issued, and up to September of 2015, almost 5,000 tickets were issued. Again, it was clear illegal parking, being either parking over the time limit or parking in areas where parking was prohibited, were the largest portion of the tickets issued. If we bring that down into Lundy's Lane activities, and specifically in and around Lundy's Lane, we see where a majority of the violations were on Bayview Parkway, Charles, and Prospect, and these were people extending the time period for on-street parking. But again, Lundy's Lane remain a key area for illegal parking activities. This is just another representation of the enforcement, looking specifically at Lundy's Lane, and we went into these detail to illustrate to members of council and residents that, in fact, enforcement was occurring on Lundy's Lane. And we do see over the years, there's been a decline in the number of illegal parking, particularly in the areas for no stopping zones. What is not clear is that the actual number of infractions are declining because we do not have the historic numbers to compare it to. The next area we looked at was the best practices. Again, in the understanding that illegal parking in and around hospital is not unique to the town of Newmarket, and it does occur in a number of other municipalities throughout the GTA. So we looked at 10 hospitals. What was clear, there were 4 programs mainly that were used: signage, parking permits, parking meters, and residence parking zones. We compared that to how if it would be effective to Newmarket, and we'll start off first with the permit program. there isn't a permit program in the town now, and given the level of parking, illegal parking that we observe, we don't think this is a permit program should be implemented at this time. Certainly, if the illegal parking continues or was much more widespread, it would be something to consider, but we don't see this as a required measure at this time. Metered parking, only 30% of the hospitals had metered parking surrounded when we looked at other municipalities. Metered parking can be an effective solution, but it must be coupled with enforcement. And without that, and the other component to that is the metered parking has to be in close proximity to where people wanted to go. So convenience become an important piece. However, still have the issue of payments, where motorists who chooses not to pay will continue to be a concern. So by itself, it does not solve the illegal parking that we're seeing, particularly in Lundy's Lane. And signage. And this area is where the town certainly shines very well, in that your signage program, as I indicated earlier, extends far beyond the hospital area and what would be the typical walk-in distance for residents. So staff have implemented that program well beyond the hospital area to reduce people walking in from further out. It was the largest area covered, and the times of day and the restrictions were very effective. And finally, enforcement. As we saw in the number of violations issued, certainly enforcement is occurring. There is room for improvement, particularly targeted some of the specific streets we observed the parking issues on. Based on our review of the historic information, speaking with members of councils, the residents, reviewing the best practices information, we've developed a set of recommendations, first in the short term, and one we believe that should be done as quickly as possible, is as a result, the illegal parking, we believe it's not a supply issue, and it's really an issue of people in trying to avoid payment and looking for the most convenient location to stop and pick up individuals. What's apparently, it seems apparent that motorists are not understanding the hospital, and particularly the medical arts building on Lundy's Lane does have a 15-minute grace period that will allow people to come in, pick up, and drop off. The sign is in such a location it's difficult to read and difficult to see, and with the barriers it's clear that that becomes a barrier for people going in and doing pick-up, drop-off. We believe by making improvements to that sign in the placement and the language would significantly provide clarity to motorists and potentially reduce the on-street pickup and drop-off and the short-term stay on Lundy's Lane. We see a similar example at Joseph Brant, where the signage at the entrance is very clear and the phrase "no charge" is included. So motorists are clear they're not paying for parking within that 20-minute period. In addition, in the short term, that the town and the hospital provides more communication around an increased transit service to patients and to visitors to the hospital, and obviously staff as well. In the long term, certainly as we look as sites around the hospital redeveloped, particularly when you start to lose the public parking lots, that any site plan that comes in, particularly for medical uses, there be clear indication for pickup and drop off, and that be on site and it be convenient for motorists. In addition, the town continues to monitor on-street parking within the hospital zone, specifically related to signage and enforcement. Increase enforcement in the priority areas, Lundy's Lane being a key one, and working with the hospital and transit organizations to expand the current transit incentive programs to not just staff, but to perhaps frequent visitors of the hospital. And again, that could go hand in hand with the communication package of letting people know of the transit service, increased transit service. Further enhancement of the on-street parking restrictions. Again, the on-street parking signage is an excellent program. It's very effective, and with few tweaks in some areas, it can improve and address some particular issues on signage. And finally, that the hospital and the town develop a master plan that looks at the expansion of the hospital as it expands, addressing parking as a key component. Where will the parking lots be? How will they be accessed? How will short-term parking be addressed, and where? And that concludes our presentation for you this afternoon.
Thank you. I see I have three councillors in the queue, Councillor Vague, then Councillor Twiney, then Councillor Kerwin.
Yeah, first, thank you very much for this report and your study. It's very, very thorough, and I appreciate that, and it's good to get that great overview. Can you jump back to, I guess, page 11, please? Right, yeah, right there. Hospital parking, if I'm reading this correctly, you've got a $20 daily maximum, $3.50 for the first half hour, which lets you get to the front door, clean your hands, and get back to your car. Certainly doesn't allow you to visit or anything. The public parking spaces, and I imagine you're talking about in the immediate area there, but some of them are a bit of a walking distance, which could be a challenge to many people who are visiting, because after all, it is a hospital, is $3 to $5. So it's obvious the reason why we have so much of this problem, that the hospital parking is so, quite frankly, and everybody's complained about it, really does gouge people. It's a significant fundraiser for the hospital, but it is a significant gouge to a vulnerable group. However, in all your recommendations, and that's why people are avoiding using it and using other spots. They're just being gouged and they know it. It's interesting that your recommendations don't include perhaps asking the hospital to get their parking costs more in line with what people will tolerate, and that will take the problems away. That would eliminate many of the problems, not all of them, but certainly eliminate many of the problems. But that's not part of your recommendations. In fact, your recommendations are going to cost us, the town, some dollars with the master parking study, even though to me, and quite frankly, everybody else in Newmarket knows why they're avoiding parking there at the hospital and why it's causing all these problems. So perhaps you can comment on my comments.
Sure.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, just on the hospital parking rates, I don't know if you're aware, but the province passed new regulations on January 18th of this year. All hospitals in Ontario, the rates have been frozen, no moratorium for the next 3 years. And they've been asked to come back, I think in October of this year, with discounted rates, which will allow unlimited in-out traffic, right? Whereas right now, you have to pay unless you have a special. The hospital currently, Southlake currently sells those in and out unlimited privileges, but it's a significant cost. So they're supposed to, all the hospitals in Ontario have to come back with a discounted rate program. And, you know, the province is watching closely for the reasons you mentioned, not just here, all across Ontario.
No, I understand that, and it's great that they're watching it, and it's going to stay this way for 3 years. Most people visiting are not in and out; they're visiting. There is some demand for in and out, but most people, in terms of their visits, in and out isn't the issue, and that's not really the issue for all the illegal parking that's happening. Most people were there for a one-time visit, not in and out throughout the day. So I don't think that will go very far to do it. And the fact that the province said, well, you can't increase your rates anymore, that's not reassuring either. So I guess I'll come back to the problem seems obvious, and I'm quite reluctant to spend more money on master plan studies when it's, quite frankly, it's in everybody's face why they're avoiding the parking there. It's a gouge. It's so out of line with parking anywhere else. But that's not, you know, I know you mentioned it that people are trying to avoid the costs. But until that cost is dealt with, I feel this problem will continue.
If I may add to Vince's comment, Councillor, the hospital, and it's not illustrated in this graph here, but it certainly is in the report, the utilization on the hospital lot, particularly the visitor lots, were close to capacity. So despite the fee, visitors and patients are paying that at the hospital, whether it's the right number or not. The lots heavily utilize the visitor lots. Contrast that to the lots where we're finding, and directly around the hospital, particularly on the south side, we didn't find many illegal parking activities. A lot of it is to the north, and Lundy's Lane being the critical one. There's a lot minutes away. That's a $3 lot and $5 lot for the entire day. Based on our survey patterns and what we saw, were people not staying there for long periods of time. There were short pickup drop-off primarily, and not for the entire day or for even an hour, based on observation. So that's what led us to believe that they're avoiding paying, not because it's $20 or it's $2 or it's $3, but that they avoid paying altogether, because in their mind they're there to pick up, drop off, and they shouldn't pay, right or wrong, for that. So it wasn't about the amount, dollars, and it wasn't about the hospital gouging members of the public, because we do see the lot being filled. So we didn't spend a lot of time in our recommendations on the pricing, because we believe that would require a bit more work to address what is the optimum pricing, but to look at how the city can best, the town can best address what the problem is. And the problem is short-term people standing on the roads for short periods of time for pickup drop-off. And we believe the notice indicating pickup and drop-off can occur on site would address that, our large portion of that illegal activity on that street.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Twinney.
Thank you. Thank you for the information that you provided in the report. I know it's something that we've been waiting for quite some time, and being the councillor for the area that Lundy's Lane is in, I'm very in touch with what's going on in that area. And I'd like to point out that Maria actually is one of the residents from that street and is quite, you know, lives there all the time and is at home and is really in touch with what's going on. So I do have a couple of questions, and then I do have something that I've observed that I feel is not really part of this report. And my question though is going to page 6 of the slide. You do study findings, historic complaints. It's complaints by street from 2010 to 2015. And you note that Lundy's Lane, and obviously through this whole report, it's really been a lot about Lundy's Lane, has been the key problem in this hospital zone. You talk about there's a number of, you know, complaints of different streets, and Lundy's Lane is 7, Queens Crescent is 11. What does that mean exactly? That you got parking infractions, but you're saying that only 7 complaints have been given to the town between 2010 and 2015?
Right. Thank you, Councillor. So we've obtained from the town a folder of all the complaints that were received, and we went through and tabulate them. And the number of occurrences were individual streets, and we plotted every street that was mentioned in those, and that's what's reflected in this graph. So yes, from those comments, Lundy's Lane were mentioned 7 times as the area where the issue is, and Queens Crescent 11 times.
I'm through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe to staff. I know of 7 times that the last last year, like, you mean that residents in that area complain. This is nothing. You've just taken data from our town, so maybe to our, to our staff, these numbers are totally don't represent what happened. And I know Maria's in the audience, and she's probably complained 7 times in 2015. and that's herself alone. And I know there's a number of residents on that street that phone in complaints all the time, so maybe
Maybe
I
we'll
could get
ask
some.
Rachel.
Yeah, maybe I
Yep.
could just get that sort of.
So there's a concern that what's being reported here is inconsistent with some observations.
I tend to agree with the counselor because I've been involved heavily in meetings with the group on the street, and I know how frequently they have called in. So I'm not sure where the data came from, but I think we should go back and review that, because I agree completely that, I thought maybe it was times 10, you know.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, that's what I see. I was just
70
like
there.
7, right? I could
Yeah,
just.
so we definitely will go back and take a look at that number, and you were probably not given all of the data, you know, by all means, so
Yeah, yeah.
we'll take a look at our customer service and provide better data.
Counselor, may I add to that? I know you and I had the pleasure of connecting with each
Yes,
other,
we did.
and I had wonderful, wonderful feedback from the people at Lundy's Lane through Wendy Emerson, and I
Yep.
appreciate that contact. And it was really well organized. I think that you're probably very right. I mean, I'm sure you are very right about maybe we didn't get everything, and it's often difficult to get the feedback that you get in phone calls, you know, onto paper or whatever. But I think the information that we got was very, very comprehensive. It included every type of issue that you could possibly think of, whether it was, you know, garbage pickup problems, whether it was blocking driveways, it was. So we did get wonderful feedback from the people at Lundy's Lane, and hopefully that will help to,
Yeah.
you know.
So I'm not finished yet, sorry. So thank you, yeah, and, you know, absolutely, you know, I mean, you know, we've met many times with the residents, and we certainly know the complaints and what's going on. So that's why, you know, we talk about, in the report, it talks about, you know, the hospital parking. Lundy's Lane really has nothing to do with the hospital. Lundy's Lane has to do with the medical building on the corner there. And the problem with that is, it's with regards to the parking, because there's not enough parking in that facility. So therefore, people are stopping and dropping off, and because either they don't want to go inside and sit in their car and wait for somebody and pay for the parking, but generally it's because the parking lot is very small, and I think that is the issue, is that there's nowhere to park there. It's not a, you know, I mean, so it's more that building as opposed to the actual hospital itself. So, you know, I mean, I guess, you know, the signage, yes, I agree. Recommendation 1, maybe that would help. Maybe people don't realize or something, I don't know. But it's the problem is the proximity to the intersection, and the fact that there's not enough parking in that building, and it's a privately owned building. So, therefore, how do we address, you know, an issue of how do we expand the parking within that medical building? I know there's underground parking there that's for staff, and how do we connect with that, you know, to try and resolve by expanding the parking in that facility, I think would be helpful.
And to your point, Councillor, you're correct and this is why we refer to convenience and access to that building. And in the long-term recommendation, we spoke to the site plans that for future sites, you have to look at how do you access it and what are the parking requirements, and particularly not just long-term parking for staff, but the short-term parking, the convenience parking. That's where people are wanting to avoid that $3 or $5 payment, because they believe the perception, I'm there for a short period, why should I pay? And allowing appropriate pickup drop-off, and that comes at site plan.
Right,
You're absolutely correct.
Which is wonderful for the future, but doesn't help us today with this problem here, right? And obviously, and that's our problem, is how do we address the problem on that street and today on, you know, protect, and that, you know, I mean, certainly for the future site plan, yes, but, you know, what do we do today with that?
Well, I think it alludes a lot to the enforcement side of things.
Right, so that goes to my, I mean, the bottom line, I think, is, you know, obviously increased level of parking enforcement for long-term. I think that should be looking at more short-term as well, and I mean, that becomes a budget request, because we're going to need more parking enforcement. But I think there's definitely, you know, it's something that as council, think we really need to have more parking enforcement, and I think hopefully now that everybody on council has heard, like, you know, I mean, with the report that, you know, this is a really big problem, and specifically that Lundy's Lane is the key problem in the whole area. I think is something that we really need to take a look at, because it is a problem. But I appreciate you bringing everything forward. But yeah, that sort of, we need to, that definitely that number of complaints that are on that form, I don't know where those came from, but we really need to find out what the real numbers are, because we know that they're a lot higher. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kerwin.
Yes, I'd like to thank you profusely for the report, because the hospital is in Ward 2, and most of the streets listed here are in Ward 2. However, working with Rachel Prudhomme and Mark Krausanowski, we've eliminated the problem on Queens Crescent. That'll come right off the board because we put up no parking signs. So there's no parking signs there. And when you look at Roxborough and Queen Street, Prospect, Pleasant View, they're all in Ward 2. I've gone out often and suggested to people that during the day they park over at the Legion where there's plenty of space. But, and they often do. And so it relieves the pressure on Pleasant View and Wesley and Crescent. So it's coming down. It's working nicely, working with staff and working with you. Also, I've been working with Peter Green with regard to the opening up of a new parking lot at the end of Queens Lane. And that will be coming to council and to make it more attractive. Right now it's sitting vacant, and I think by being positive and putting that parking spot in there, I think it would alleviate a lot in this area. So it's over the years, yes, we've had enforcement, and staff has been fantastic with enforcement. I thank Leslie Long and her staff. But as I say, I'm number one with the complaints on Queens Crescent, but they're down now. And I hope the people who come to visit the hospital do park in your parking spot for your parking lot, because the hospital certainly needs the revenue. If not, it falls on the taxpayer one way or the other. So it might as well have user pay. So thank you very much for all that you've done. You've alleviated, and thank you, Mark. That really worked out really well. Thank you, Rachel, for loaning them to me.
Councillor Bazant.
Yes, thank you. I just want to actually follow up on a comment that Councillor Twinney made with respect to some of the challenges around parking have nothing to do with the hospital, but rather the medical centres. And one in particular that I'm familiar with is Dixon Medical, which is on Bayview Parkway. And I guess about 2 years ago, the owner of the building changed the parking setup so that rather than having an area where there was 15, 20-minute parking if you were dropping somebody off, picking them up, you could park for short term, and then you went through the gate and into the parking lot and you paid for parking there. In that particular location, parking isn't, the amount of parking isn't an issue. There's ample parking. But what the owner of the building did was move the gate right up. So that meant that you couldn't just go in, drop somebody off, and come back. You actually had to pay $3 each time. I work with an organization called CHATS, Community and Home Assistance to Seniors, and one of our major services to seniors in our community is providing them transportation or drives for medical appointments. And we do something called hand-to-hand, where our driver actually brings the senior, many of them are very frail elderly people, actually brings them into the doctor's office, makes sure they're settled, goes and maybe we'll get a coffee or something, and then we'll come back, bring the senior back into the car. When this particular change happened, it meant that it was now a double cost to the senior because they have to pay for the driver's parking, and involves situations sometimes where seniors were having to go in by themselves, which was a very dangerous situation. We appealed to the owner of the building. I know that the family health team in the building appealed to the owner. and nothing was changed. So I think that, you know, it's a sort of a long example to give you, but I think that this is sort of a symptom of something that is not just hospital related, but looking at the other medical facilities in that area too, that perhaps their practices are exacerbating the problems on the streets. So I think that we shouldn't just look in isolation, Mr. Mayor, at the hospital parking and pick up and drop off, but what potential there might be for us to encourage or appeal to some of the building owners to also look at allowing space for grace period and drop off and so forth. The other comment I had or observation I had about the report is with respect to the number of tickets that have been issued. And I noticed that in 4 years, there's been a fairly significant decline. So the lowest number of tickets issued was in 2015. Is that
September, I think.
Just in September. Okay, then I take that away. But still, if you look at 2012, there were a fair number of tickets, and I would think if the problem is becoming worse, are we just not enforcing? Do we not have enough enforcement officers going out? I mean, what's the situation? And as Councillor Twinney said, then perhaps we need to look very critically at that and how do we resource it effectively as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or comments? Appropriate then to receive the deputation. Councillor Kerwin, seconded by Councillor Twinney. All those in favor? That's correct. Yeah, the one observation as well with respect to the hospital parking, I think that it is being regulated and being examined provincially. As a member of the board, I can say to you that hospital relies on roughly $3 million worth of revenue on the parking side. And if we provided free parking, where would that money come from? So we're still required to provide hospital services as well. But even more reasonable price parking would create a very significant gap. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Take a vote on that? That carried. Okay, thank you. Our next presentation is a presentation by Andrew Brower, and that is with respect to our customer complaint policy. Is it, you have 10 minutes?
Good afternoon, Mayor Van Bynen and members of council. Andrew and I are here to provide an overview of the draft customer complaint policy, which is included on page 26 of your agenda. The town of Newmarket has a strong commitment to service delivery. This commitment is evident in the many activities that take place around our community. We have community surveys, we have customer feedback channels, we have technology that allows us to track issues and identify gaps, we have service level agreements between other municipalities and interdepartmental, and we have various corporate initiatives that reinforce our commitment to service delivery. In 2014, we had a community survey and it reinforced our strong results related to customer service. 95% of our residents are satisfied with the town of Newmarket as a place to live. 78% of our residents are satisfied with their local government. 79% of our residents are satisfied with the service they received. And 88% were satisfied with the staff who provided those services.
So with the introduction of Bill 8, a new focus has been placed on customer complaint mechanisms, and that was recent in Council's recent adoption of the Municipal Ombudsman as an example of that, as well as more formal complaint handling policies and protocols. So although there's a number of informal practices in place for handling customer complaints across the town, and that's done in various ways in various departments, there is no overriding formal corporate policy on customer complaint handling. The value of why have a customer complaint policy, the value to the town is that it outlines a clearly defined process and roles for staff by which customer complaints will be addressed, and that promotes consistency, fairness, as well as accountability. A policy also ensures that complaints are addressed comprehensively by the appropriate department and allows customers to escalate complaints they feel that have not been addressed adequately, internally and externally, to the municipal ombudsman. The Newmarket staff policy also includes a requirement for senior leadership to review customer complaint trends, and that allows for continuous improvement. So with the support of a working group with broad representation from various departments, you can see them on the slide there, our group reviewed best practices and complaint management protocols from jurisdictions inside and outside Canada, and that included the City of Mississauga and the City of Toronto. The working group allowed for a wide range of customer experiences to be reflected in the drafting of the policy. And this policy has been approved for review by Council through the operational and the strategic leadership team. So Bonnie's going to walk Council through the highlights of the policy, which you can find on page 30 of your agenda.
The vast majority of customer complaints would be opened, started, and resolved under step 1. A customer presents an issue to either the Customer Services Department or to another department. Necessary research is done, consultation might take place, the issue is resolved, the customer is advised of the outcome, the issue is documented, and then it's closed. There are some occasions where the customer is dissatisfied and wishes to escalate the situation. Under step 2 of the scenario, this matter would be referred to a senior departmental contact, someone with the authority and the scope to address the scope of this particular issue. The customer would be provided the name and contact information for the senior person, along with anticipated timelines. Once the matter is resolved or a decision is made, the customer is advised of the situation and the outcome, the file is documented, and then it is closed. On the very rare occasions where a customer is still unhappy after steps 1 and 2 and wishes to further escalate the issue, all background information is referred to the Manager of Customer Services. The manager refers the information to the commissioner and or senior department head of the appropriate department, and those individuals make up the Complaints Review Committee. The committee reviews the documentation, all the material, and they would probably meet with the appropriate staff persons. This committee would be looking to see if the matter was handled in an accurate and fair manner. Was it complete? Were there opportunities for improvement? And was the outcome appropriate? If required, a meeting with the complainant would take place and the file would be reviewed and the outcome reassessed. A written response would be provided to the complainant with the final decision, the outcome, the file would be documented, and the issue would be closed.
Okay, as Council will recall from the recent meeting, the recent decision to appoint the Municipal Ombudsman, the Ombudsman is an office of last resort, and complaints can be referred to their office should the customer be satisfied with review that Bonnie explained in step 3. So the Complaints Review Committee can also help to provide advice to a department which suspects the complaint may be frivolous or vexatious in nature. An example of a frivolous complaint is a pattern of complaints from the same complainant on the same matter which has been addressed to the town's satisfaction. An example of a vexatious complaint is a complaint which cannot be realistically acted upon by the town and is intended to simply frustrate the town's resources. Very seldom does the town receive truly frivolous or vexatious complaints. The committee's objective here is to ensure that all complaints with merit are addressed, while at the same time ensuring the town's staff time and resources are used efficiently. If the committee determines that all or part of the complaint is without merit, they may recommend to the complainant that they take their issue up with the Municipal Ombudsman. And where a complaint is reviewed by the Municipal Ombudsman and he or she determines further actions or recommendations should be taken by the town, staff may reconsider their previous response. As Bonnie indicated, most complaints are resolved really at the first step within the department, and rarely would be escalated all the way up to this point in time. But the point is here that in policy we're trying to capture the opportunity for an independent third-party review and those opportunities for continuous improvement. And as I mentioned at the beginning, an important feature of this draft policy is a requirement for senior staff to review their complaint records in each department and incorporate the complaint trends. And the intent here is to have a management oversight of customer complaints and that measures are taken to improve processes supporting even better customer service. And that's, Bonnie will review next steps.
Once council adopts this policy, the policy will be posted on the website. Customer service training will take place with frontline staff, which will include an overview of the policy, review of our corporate standards, refresher of soft skills or de-escalation training, and then there will be an ongoing review and evaluation of the policy and any trends. That's it.
Good. Thank you. I have two people in the queue, Councillor Sponga and then Councillor Bizance, and then Councillor Kerwin. Councillor Sponga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you, Andrew. It's a very concise presentation. Just two quick questions. I noticed that both processes, whether it just be the initial complaint or the escalation process, there is no reference to a political representative when they would be informed if they're, what happens if the residents decide to contact their local councillor. So how do they, the ward councillor or the mayor or the regional councillor, how do they become informed and obtain the background on the complaint? So at what point is the councillor notified of the complaint or escalation, and how is that person or persons and political representatives then brought up to speed in terms of what the nature of the complaint and how the complaint has been dealt with up to that point? The other one is, the other thing I didn't notice.
Why don't we answer the first question
okay,
first?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Maybe I can start and then Bonnie can certainly add to it. I guess it would depend to some extent on how the complainant wishes their complaint to be dealt with. Strictly speaking, in this scenario, it's really a staff-driven process. If there is a counselor engaged in the process, the department, as we would normally now, would keep the counselor abreast of the progress of that, but we would make sure that the complainant, the customer, is comfortable with the nature of that information being shared, and maybe it had come originally through your office, for example, and again, it's meant, I think, primarily to be kind of a staff oriented process. So we didn't contemplate a specific role for counselor per se, but obviously that's the case.
And just to inform that further evaluation of this issue.
Yeah.
In a number of instances, and if you could bring Darlene maybe into the fold, Darlene Murray into the fold, we received calls where I'm not satisfied with the response that I received from customer service. And we don't know what the response was or what the issue is to begin with. So that's sort of what I'm getting at. So maybe that can frame some work as you go forward. The other question I have...
Maybe before we do that, Joe, is not part of the process then is that the resident would be referred to step 2 of the process if they're not satisfied with the complaint. So that would be encouraging, and that's probably a large part of what the training will be. So if you receive a call and you say, I'm not happy with the answer to customer service, then the response to that would be, so we do have a process, and under step 2, you should contact these individuals. So to keep that.
Becomes, I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor, but it becomes becomes a bit of a tricky territory when a customer calls their representative because they're not satisfied with staff's response, and you're referring them back to staff. And that's where it becomes, they're expecting actually that they have the councillor, or whether it be mayor, regional councillor, or ward councillor, at that point take the lead and represent them. So that's where it becomes a bit tricky. So that's where I think it's a little bit of work.
The question is, where does that fit into the process?
Yeah. And the other one is, and has occurred many other times, a complainant may receive a certain response. It may be escalated, receive a response at that point, but then decide to just come in front of the committee of the whole and make a presentation. Now, we note that we've just amended, we've just clarified and amended some of the requirements in terms of when and how you can make a deputation. But having said that, it doesn't preclude anybody from coming even to the public forum and making that deputation. So again, it comes back to how we close the loop in terms of customer complaints and so forth, and at what point the ward, regional, or mayor are informed. So how does that work within the process as well? Like, you know, that myself, Joe, comes into I'm not satisfied, I think I paid too much taxes, and I've gone through the process, I'm still not satisfied, I'm going to plot myself here.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, we you know, obviously an individual has a right to
Absolutely.
You know, speak with their counselor. They can make a deputation, provided it's within our regular established rules. Really, I think this is intended to be kind of a standard process which focuses on the department trying to address a problem or a concern that's in place. So it doesn't mean you can't work in tandem with the counselor helping to sort of guide the customer through a process, but really if it's within staff's authority or control to address a concern, the policy suggests that that's the best channel to sort of let it go through and ensure that departments that are accountable for an issue or concern address that problem or concern.
So maybe all it needs to do is that at certain points through the process, there is some communication with.
Yes, and that would be the intent here as well. And I should also say that there may be other appeal processes at play. For example, depending upon the nature of the complaint or the concern, and that's part of the anticipated structure in the policy, where they might be referred to a different appeal body or process. Might be a land use planning matter, it could be a licensing matter.
Right.
Just thinking of the top of my head, there might be other ways that a problem should be, where it should be directed to. It may not necessarily be within the immediate staff department. This is intended to create an overall structure to have some consistency in handling the complaint, rather than it sort of being able to address all circumstances.
I heard the term roadmap today. So
roadmap, yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bazant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first of all, I just want to commend Bonnie and her team for an excellent job. And you know, I've had the benefit of working with customer service on a number of occasions on some very complex issues in some cases, and sometimes something that is very, very easy to solve, but the point is that they get resolved, and generally the residents have been very, very pleased, and you know, I found that the timeliness is excellent in most cases, and so forth. I also really appreciate when we receive the reports on the number of complaints and the kinds of complaints that we received. So I think sometimes the perception is that everybody has the same issue and the issue has the same magnitude for everybody in the ward, but when you actually get the data, it can show that there are particular areas of concern that really do bother a lot of people, and some that perhaps don't bother as many, or maybe as many people don't complain about it. So I just wanted to point that out, because those reports are very valuable data for us to use, and also just the appreciation to you and your team. A couple of questions I had with respect to process and filing a complaint on behalf of a resident, because I've personally found, I think Councillor Spongo is kind of referring to this as well, that if a resident contacts me and then I put forward the complaint or the inquiry to customer service, we get a ticket number logged, and then the whole process becomes logged, as opposed to if it goes to me and then I try and phone somebody to find out what the solution is and so forth. There's just that record. It's then also supports the data keeping and tracking analysis. But I also appreciate that we want to keep the privacy of the resident, so that I'm not sort of emailing out somebody's name to people without their approval. But the policy does state that you don't want anonymous complaints. So just wondering how we might make sure that the process still allows the ward councillor to to start the process in motion without necessarily revealing the name of the resident unless they give their permission, without sort of getting hung up on the, anonymity, not allowed kind of question.
Absolutely. In some situations, we obviously need the customer's address and name, and that's fine. And if we don't need it, we don't require it, and we're always happy to deal with the member of council directly. If you approach us, absolutely, we would deal with you.
Okay,
on
so
behalf of your resident. That will not change.
That won't change. Okay. The other question I had was with respect to determination of vexatious and frivolous. And I know that we don't want to be having to take up a lot of resources and time and energy that could be better spent on other things that are not vexatious and frivolous. But what's the test that would be used for that?
Andrew?
Excuse me. It is difficult to some extent to give a precise example. In my review, I tried the best to give an example of what that might look like. And very few municipalities have a policy as such. We do have some guidelines that are in place that we can look to from the provincial ombudsman's office, because they can also refuse a frivolous or vexatious complaint. I think it really depends on the situation, the circumstance. Those guidelines is what we would look to. We wouldn't do this in a light manner. That's the benefit of the committee as well. That it has a balanced approach where the manager of customer service and the commissioner would work together in trying to determine what that would look like. Pattern would be another area too, where if this is a pattern of the same type of complaint where it has already been addressed, or that by its nature isn't something the town can respond to any further. So there is some framework, as gray as that might sound. I think as well, because it happens so rarely, it isn't something that we have a precise answer to right now. We do have some definitions of what that is, and that is based on some legal input. In short, I think we would look at the guidelines from the other agencies. We could also, frankly, ask our municipal ombudsman for some feedback in that area and say, look, we really want to get to the root of it, make sure that we address complaint with merit. And there might be aspects of their complaint which are frivolous in other areas that might have merit to it. So we have to be careful on that too. So that's the short answer to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kerwin.
Yeah, well, thank you, Bonnie, and our director. A suggestion from a very good friend of mine, Ted Bomers. I was walking along Gorham Street, and maybe it could be put on our website, communication, and this is things in the town that should be addressed that we haven't. In other words, we don't wait for it to happen, that we become proactive in addressing issues. And people do a lot of walking, and when they do a lot of walking, they see things. And I said I would raise this, and one thing was he complimented us on the underpass under Davis Drive. It's on the west bank, and we're building one like that on the east bank. It's going to be beautiful when it's all finished this year. It's going to be fantastic. But he asked me the question, he says, Dave, he says, listen, we just celebrated Earth Hour, and I compliment John Taylor for his initiative there. But he said, why are all the lights on under that passageway at 12 o'clock? So I went up and I looked at it, and they're all on. And when we get a second one, they'll be all on. And so it's just an issue that I'm giving to you right now to find out why those lights are on during the day and what we can do about it, because if they're on the west bank underneath the Davis Drive, they'll be on the east bank as well. So, but his question was a good one. Instead of waiting for customer service for an issue to come through, if we had a place on our website where when citizens have concerns, that they can register those concerns and we can address them. And, I'll give you another one. resident, I was walking in the fairgrounds, and it's a linkage between Pine Street and the curling rink, between the baseball diamonds. And it needs an upgrade of limestone crushing in that whole area because it's wet. It's flooded, actually. The water was sitting on top of it. And it's just small things like that that can be addressed without getting a complaint if someone knows where they can outline an issue that he believes we can improve on. So if we can look at that, I'd greatly appreciate that. And if you could get back to Ted Bomers about those lights that are on all day during the brightest time when they're not needed underneath the walkways under Davis Drive, because the walkways are going to be beautiful, but I'd like to know myself why we need the lights on all day long. Okay, thank you.
We can deal with that separately. Yep. Okay. So, yep, just some ideas around making suggestions. That's good. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I think Andrew?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just a suggestion, perhaps just given the fact that we'll be doing training with staff and the fact that we have to prepare the website materials and such, wondering if maybe council would give consideration to having the policy come into effect after the training has been delivered to staff.
Okay, so timelines for that would be 90 days?
That would
6
be fair,
days?
yep.
90 days, okay. So that would be part of the consideration of policy, okay? Good. Thank you for the presentation. The report, I think, is very thorough, puts together some good framework for us to give some consideration. Will it deal with all situations? Absolutely not, but at least puts a good process together for 80 to 85% of the situations, and then it sets out a good escalation process, which I think is important and which is, I think, will be a consideration if things go beyond our own authority and towards the ombudsman that we have appointed. So it puts together a great framework. It's been a lot of hard work, and I compliment you both on having done that. So a motion to receive the presentation then? Councillor Vague, Councillor Bazance, all those in favor? That is carried. I'll do something now that I should have done with the first presentation. Why don't I bring forward item number 6, which is the complaint policy, unless, of course, we're going to deal with that as a consent item.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I have a quick question. Did we move the recommendations in number 5?
No, we didn't. Okay. No. Why don't we deal with that all as part of the consent, if someone wants to deal with those separately. Okay? All righty. That deals with our presentations. There has been no request for deputations. So let's deal with the consent items then, items number 5 to 31. And I'm wondering, the deputation number 34 is relative to the public meeting tonight. So that they're not here now. The deputation will happen tonight with the public meeting, yeah. Okay? That's my understanding. There isn't anybody here to depute. Okay, so items number 5 to 31. Any items that members wish to deal with separately? Councillor Twinney.
5, 9, and 28, please.
5, 9, and 28. Okay, thank you. Regional Councillor?
6, 8, and 10, and I only say 6 because I believe we need to amend it slightly because of the timeline related to staff training.
Okay. 6, 8, and 10. Okay. Councillor Vague?
It's all covered now. Thank you.
All covered. Thank you. Councillor Kerwin?
7, Mr. Mayor, on Prospect Street.
Okay. Councillor Bazans?
25.
Item number 25. Good. Any others? Let me check my list. Mr. Sheldon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I meant to mention this at the addendum stage, but for item number 10, there were, I guess, color blue in the document that was submitted that was difficult to read. They're fairly minor amendments, but if you could give us 5 minutes, the Director of Legal Services could give you a quick briefing on that before you deal with item 10.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to Item number 30, I'd like to deal with that separately. The recommendations are that, that the report be received, and I'll talk to that when we pull that item. Item number 25, oh, that's been pulled. Oh, okay, good. All righty. Could I have a motion then to adopt by consent items 11 through to 24, number 26, 27, 29 through to 31. Then the balance of that is the public hearing. Have a motion to that effect, please? Councillor Kerwin, Councillor Twinney. All those in favor? That is carried. So I'm there was a planning matter, I believe, that's been dealt with by consent. I think that's 1633, is it? Yep, that was dealt with by consent. Okay, let's start then with item number 5. Item number 5 is the hospital area parking review. Councillor Twinney?
I'd like to move the recommendations, but I'd like to add perhaps a couple more with regards to that.
Okay.
So perhaps on number 2, that we include, it says that copy of this report in the council extract and the WSP report be forwarded to representatives of South Lake Regional Health Center for the review and coordination with town staff, with coordination and management or / owner of the Medical Arts Building on Lundy's Lane.
Okay.
And that, and item number 3, and that increased enforcement be a key consideration by staff in our next budget meeting, in our next budget cycle. And then one more item, in that staff report back onto the extent and cost of doing a parking master plan prior to it proceeding.
I'm sorry? The last one?
And that staff report back on the extent and cost of doing a parking master plan prior to proceeding.
No. Maybe I misread this. Was this not the parking master plan itself?
No, it's part of the recommendations.
Okay. Oh, the implementation of the parking master plan.
This is a parking study that recommends.
It's a study. It recommends.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Could you read the whole recommendation again?
All right, for everyone's benefit, moving the recommendations plus the additional amendments.
Okay, so the 2 recommendations. So the second one is that a copy of this report in the council extract and the WSP report be forwarded to representatives of South Lake Regional Health Center for their review and coordination with town staff, along with coordination with management or owner of the Medical Arts Building on Lundy's Lane, because I think that's a key problem area. And next, number 3, and that increased enforcement be a key consideration by staff when we go to our next budget cycle. And then the last item, and that staff report back on the extent and cost of doing such parking master plan.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that motion? As a Councillor Sponga. Speaking to the motion then, Councillor Twinney?
Speaking to the motion, I guess it's with regards to working with also coordination with the management and owner of that Medical Arts Building, because through this report it was evident that Lundy's Lane was the key issue in this report, and that building is a key problem to the parking and stopping that's going on Lundy's Lane. So omitting them, I don't think we are going to get the type of results or feedback or of what we're going to need to do, or the help. And therefore, that was why I put that in there. Increased enforcement, again, I think that was part of the recommendations in the strategic action plan. So that's why I included that, which I guess I didn't have to include it considering it is in the action plan, I guess. And then with regards to the parking master plan, because they are recommending that we do work with the hospital to develop a parking master plan, I'd just like to know what the extent and cost of that is, because I find that we do a lot of plans, and, you know what I mean, and for example, you know, I mean, the information we got back today was lots of data, but the problem itself has been, has already been reiterated prior to the consultants coming in. So I just want to know what, I mean, what exactly is the extent and cost of doing such a parking master plan, and what are we going to get out of it? You know, I mean, I just worry about how much we spend on master plans.
Thank you. Councillor Sponga is the seconder.
No comments except for the fact that I think it addresses the budget process to starting to expand the resources that we have in terms of law enforcement.
Thank you. Councillor Kerwin, then Councillor Bazans.
Yeah, if you would break it out for me. I can support 1 and 2, but I can't support 3. That's putting a lot of work onto our staff, and if we include, I'd rather put the money more into action with increased enforcement than another master plan. So from our staff, I mean, we've just had this. We know where the issues are. I just don't feel that we need to spend the resources of our staff for them to bring back another traffic master plan. I think I've had enough of them, and I'd rather put the money into action than in another report. That's just me.
Thank you. Sure.
My last recommendation was because of that reason, because I don't want to see another mess. So I don't
We're
want.
asking our staff to do one, or
No,
what's
no.
going to cost. It all takes time and money. When we're coming towards June, we're putting stuff out to tender. So I just don't want to put, Jane, more stuff on our staff than already is now.
Right. So recommendation 2 would ask for a master plan. So you're supporting a master plan.
No, I'm not.
So the request is that we'll deal with each one of those items
Yeah,
individually,
that's
and then we'll go forward with that.
I don't understand.
Councillor Bazans?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only thing I would request is, in addition to the medical arts building, that we add in Dixon Medical at Bayview Parkway, because that's also a challenging building.
Again, I know that I've talked to the owners of the Dixon Medical Building. This is a parking problem on Loomis. There's no park. This has nothing to do with the parking problem though at that building. That has to do with not parking on the street, because this is like a parking on the street issue.
But my point was that because of the way the parking is set up, it does cause people to go and park on the street. So it's exacerbating the parking because of the process that he's set up there.
So the question would be, do the mover and the seconder see that as a friendly amendment, so we can deal with that?
Yeah, I have no issue. I don't, you know what I mean, I don't hear about any parking issues as much on Bayview, but as I do on the lane, but I have no problem with that.
Okay. Councillor Sponga?
Yeah, I think in all fairness, it's part of the sort of meter radius, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, I'll treat that as a friendly amendment then. Regional Councillor?
Thanks very much. Just to speak to the some amendments and the issues that were raised by Councillor Kerwin and Councillor Twinney. The essence of recommendation 1 is that we're providing staff direction to implement Appendix A. And Appendix A calls for a parking master plan with the hospital. And I agree with Councillor Kerwin and Councillor Twinney that I'm not 100% sure I want to go there. My guess is that this last study was quite costly, and we got a glimpse into things, but I have to say I think I understood the majority of what we got a glimpse into, and this is a problem that, and I'm not sure a master plan will solve either. I mean, I guess what I would suggest perhaps to Councillor Twinney is if we just said that the strategic plan outlined in Appendix A be implemented with the exception of item 9.2I.
Okay, and that covers my last.
And then, and if staff felt strongly about it, we could put something like which would require future consideration by council, or staff report on that issue in the future. But I think for now, and I don't know if it was the intention of staff, but I'd hate to have a large master planning process, which would potentially be quite costly, triggered from what is a fairly localized issue in a couple of areas. So that would be my suggestion if that's considered friendly.
Yeah, I think that just sort of cleans up what my intent
Right.
of it was,
Exactly.
rather than adding on at the end, include it with item 1.
Okay.
That's where my direction was.
Yep. Now, Councillor Sponga, do you see that as a friendly amendment? Okay, so that captures that component of it. Now, does that mean item 4 is necessary at all?
No, that's what I'm saying. Item
So-
4 was basically covering that, but that's fine.
Okay, so we'll delete item 4, Councillor Twinney.
Yep.
Councillor Sponga sees that friendly, okay? All right. We're back to, okay. Anything else? All righty. Good. So do we now wish to deal with them separately, Councillor Kerwin? Okay, good. All righty. Any further discussion? All those in favor, as amended? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Item number 6, complaint policy, joint complaint policy. Regional Councillor?
I'll just look to staff. We've had the presentation. We have the recommendation that we adopt the policy, but it was indicated by Mr. Brower that we shouldn't, I think if we leave it as is, that means it will be implemented upon passing at council. So I don't know if we can say after staff training, because that's a little imprecise. Maybe we say in 60 days or 90 days.
90 days.
But I'll look to direction.
90 days.
90 days.
90 days?
So that I just amend it then that council adopt policy, et cetera, within 90 days.
Is there a seconder for that as amended? Councillor Vague.
Maybe we can just say, sorry, if we can just say it 90 days from the date of council to allow for staff training. And I think that way too, if somebody reads it, they don't wonder why we're not implementing a policy right away, and et cetera. Appropriate staff training. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Vague is the seconder. Do you wish to speak to that?
No.
Okay.
Nothing discussion on that.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Item number 7, noise bylaw, exemption, Prospect Street.
For clarification, this is strictly the rehabilitation of Prospect from Lydia right through to Davis. At this time, bike lanes are not anticipated with this resurfacing. That'll come up for other discussions later. And I would like to thank all those involved with getting the grant from the provincial government for bike lanes east-west across town. But this is strictly the rehabilitation right now of Prospect Street. It's going to be intensive, but they want to get in and get out. And I must compliment the region and Regional Councillor Taylor and you, Mr. Mayor. We attended that meeting, and they agreed they want to get it done as soon as possible before the before the end of June.
So you're moving the recommendations?
I am moving it.
Okay.
The
Is there a second?
recommendations.
Regional
Okay.
Councillor seconding it? Okay, speaking to the motion, you haven't already?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. As a seconder?
I would like to add a couple of thoughts, and just to reiterate what Councillor Kerwin has just said, that the bike lanes aren't anticipated at this time. It's because this it's only a resurfacing of the road, and it's going to be we're trying to do it very, very quickly early in the spring. The reason for that is because Yonge Street, Viva on Yonge Street is, well, not full-blown. We'll soon start to have some of the disruptions of lane closures, and if we can get this done in advance of significant lane closures in Yonge Street, we won't have two north-south roads or regional roads in the town that are experiencing those closures at the same time. So this allows us to move quickly. As for the bike lanes, we know that we have a portion of it will have a bike lane under the new announcement. Whether other portions or that portion will be, as Councillor Kerwin said, they'll be lined and dealt with at a later date. There is only one center line going down the road anyway, so it's not an inconvenience to deal with that later and get the disruption of the project over with. And so, and the last thing I'd just like to say is that the noise exemption allowing noise to go to later in the day to go to 10 p.m. Is sort of a compromise. Mulock went even later than that, but this being residential, it's not as late, but it does allow a project when you can go, when the region can extend the hours like this to be done much quicker. So we're going to get in and get out, get the road resurfaced and the way it should be, and that this extension will allow for that. And again, bike lanes to be dealt with in the near future.
Great. Any further discussion? Councillor Sponga.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, first of all, I agree with Councillor Taylor in terms of it is a disruption to the residents on Prospect, but nevertheless, the fact that one of the biggest concerns I've heard is the length that this project is going to require. So this is going to cut on the timelines of the project and get it done swiftly. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Kerwin and Councillor Taylor, I don't recall from a meeting that we attended with regional staff of whether the curbs were being replaced or not. I know we had a lot of discussion around that, but I can't remember whether that's going to take place or not. I wonder whether somebody, or through you to the commissioner, whether we landed somewhere on that.
Mr. Noahhammer?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Our understanding is that there will be minimal curb replacement as part of this project. I think if there was one that's obviously missing or broken, that they would take the time to repair. But minimal concrete work at the roadside areas, including curb and sidewalk, and it's strictly focused on grinding the old pavement out and replacing with new pavement.
Ms. Pradam?
If I can just add to that, Mr. Commissioner, they will also be doing some curb work at the intersections for the AODA compliance, and they will be installing tactile plates as well.
Okay. So also, I raised it at the meeting that we had with regional staff. There's going to be work being. The work will include some changes to the to the curb, I believe, at the intersection of 2nd and Prospect Street. And there was some proposal at that from, I guess, the roads department at the region to provide for some protection to the lot on the northwest corner of that intersection. And I pleaded with regional staff that they would not use the type of treatment, engineered treatment, in terms of barricades and so far that it's used on regional road, but rather something that it's more apt to, the residential feel of the area. So I wonder if maybe that issue, just keep it top of mind if that arises.
Consideration?
Yeah,
Yep.
please.
That'd be just a direction to staff. You'd be satisfied with that?
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? None, that is carried. Thank you. Next item is number 8, and that is the food truck program. Okay, Regional Councillor, your motion?
I'll move it to put it on the floor, but I have questions and concerns about it.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder?
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Kerwin? Okay, speaking to it as the mover.
Thanks very much. I'm still a little bit uncertain about the direction we're going in here, and I'll express in relation to both locations. I'll start with the proposed food truck location in Fairy Lake. That is that's currently an area that's basically grass, I believe. And I suspect it doesn't quite show the detail of the second one, but I suspect that means we're planning on putting in a pad of some sort in that area. First, can I just ask if that's correct?
Mr. McDougall?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the Deputy Mayor, Regional Council, I'd also ask Mr. Nohammer to also comment because the pad would fall under construction project related within Public Works. But the thinking was that the location at or near parking lot 1 was going to allow for people to either drive up as a destination as well as come along the trail system and enjoy the food truck services. The area in question where it's suggested they would park would benefit from what could be a multi-use pad, but it is in a low-lying area that there is some ongoing drainage concerns, which Mr. Nohammer would be better to comment on than I would. But it's to address a couple of things. One is to address a traditionally poor drained area, as well as provide use for the food trucks, or it could be used for other things as well, whether it's public seating areas, eating areas, etc.
Mr. Nohammer?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow up on what Commissioner McDougall has mentioned, in consultation with staff from our Public Works and Engineering departments, it would seem that a soft or granular surface would be installed in the first instance, not a hard surface right away. And then should this be successful, or if there's a lot of crowding or foot traffic in that area, then we could move towards a hard surface. The other thing we should mention is that this would no doubt have to be in consultation and with the approval of the Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority. So we would do that with their cooperation as well.
Thanks very much. I'm glad to hear it would be first we'd do some sort of granular treatment, because I was a little concerned about, I mean, this sort of sprung from a deputant to a certain degree. I mean, we've had other issues raised before, but the deputant indicated fairly clear that they thought the only viable place was Riverwalk Commons, and for various reasons, staff have chosen not to go in that direction, and I don't disagree. But I'm worried about going to locations in a more permanent way that we don't know are viable, and that even the experience of the one person suggests may not be. Well, let me speak about the next one first, and then I'll talk to generic questions. But when you go to this Kane Parkway location, again, you're talking about a paved pad. Is that to be done right away, or is that to be?
Mr. Dohammer?
Yeah, again, through you, Mr. Mayor. So there is parking available at the side of Kane Parkway right now. Mm-hmm. So it would be envisioned that the food truck or two would park in those parking areas. To the extent that is required, staff would just want to preserve the edge of pavement so that it isn't broken off unnecessarily, and so there may be a narrow strip of additional hard surfacing that would extend right beside those parking areas. But then again, it would be determined if there's a lot of foot traffic or queuing, then staff would look at something more durable, but we wouldn't go there in the first instance. I only mention that edge of pavement just to preserve the roadway pavement.
So, thank you. I am, again, concerned about the permanent approach, because I have my questions or doubts, frankly, about both. The Kane Parkway location, one of the points in the report was that the rationale for recommending two food trucks in different locations is rooted in the premise that this mini cluster approach enables a wider attraction, draw, and variety to patrons. So you could see a truck here serving that playground area, which is busy. I use it often myself. But when you start to talk about drawing people in, well, I don't literally use it myself. Well, I shouldn't say that. I probably have a couple times. But I'm concerned that if this were, it's kind of a catch-22, but if you're successful in drawing people here beyond the users of the playground, you're going to have parking along Kane Parkway for use of a food truck, particularly at key hours. And I can tell you now from somebody whose children use the playground equipment on a regular basis that you go there and often there's already a large line of cars, and access into, when you walk in, the only place that isn't through a culvert or ditch, which is, people do it sometimes, but the walkway that most use is the one that's sort of showing where the food trucks would be on either side of it. And so this is already currently an access to the playground for regular use. The parking is for regular use. And I guess and Kane Parkway is I think soon to be undergoing complete rehabilitation, or hopefully will be in the future. So I certainly am glad to hear we're not going to go to any permanent paved padding approach. I have my hesitation about putting, especially even two food trucks here, drawing cars into this area that are already limited parking for use of the playground area. The first one as well, I don't know how well that'll work as a site. On events-based approach, it'll work. But again, if we're putting food trucks here on an events-based approach, the majority of those events have vendors. Like, I can start naming them, but many of them have food vendors associated with them. And I don't know to what degree we've considered that. So I'm not in any way anti-food truck. I actually love the idea of food trucks. But in both these cases, I wonder, A, about the viability of the location. And secondly, I'm really concerned about the Kane Parkway one and the conflict with the existing use. And then finally, I'd like to raise that I did raise earlier that the one place I do think a food truck would do well is, I believe we now no longer have a functioning restaurant at the Magna Center. And on events based, I know we do have a coffee shop there that has some food amenities, but I do not believe they have any exclusive rights, obviously because there was earlier a restaurant, and even from a fairness perspective, a food truck switching with a restaurant. But you think of all the events that occur at the Magna Center that have, tons of teams from out of town with parents with kids that like a hot dog or French fries. If we don't go the other route, or if we wanted to try out not going the other route and see what it's like, I would think that would be a great place to allow a food truck to pull up somewhere appropriate or near the edge of the west entrance, the lower entrance, on an events-based play. And I suspect the food truck would find it extremely successful. So I guess those are a series of questions, or if I get feedback on the Magna Center and whether staff are concerned about particularly the Kane Parkway. I don't see a lot of downside on the Ferry Lake one, except that I think you're going to find some of the times that the food truck's going to want to be there is when there's events with vendors, food vendors, who are going to be going, wow, I charged somebody some spots for my walkathon, $200 to sell their food, and they're all going to the food truck. So any thoughts on all those issues?
Mr. McDougall.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. All good feedback. In terms of the Kane Parkway, or both locations for that matter, we're certainly in council's hands in terms of the direction. We had taken the approach that, I mean, today in our pilot project, we had one food truck that had expressed an interest. So we've taken, I guess, an optimistic view of the world in terms of there may be up to 4 trucks that come forward with up to 2 at 2 different locations was the approach that we were taking. Again, because we felt that it was certainly a nicer experience to have some choice and some selection, where possible. But again, in either location, we're in council's hands. And as well in the report, it states that it would be an annual RFP process. So whatever is done in 1 year, it's totally in council discretion in terms of whether we would reissue that RFP if there on any other given year, any subsequent year. So it would depend on the extent of the quality of service and the take-up on the part of the public, et cetera. So in terms of community events, we would certainly, with the main event users, we would consult with them. We took originally the thought, and in the report we talk about it, making it as simple as possible with this, in that it would be an annual license. But for those main events that are occurring, then we would consult with those groups to make sure that they have a comfort level that this was occurring. If they had, adamant concerns against, then we would have to have exclusion dates within the RFP, which we would be prepared to do. We would just have to do that up front before issuing the RFP, so it's completely clear for all involved. The last point in regards to the Magna Center, that is a potential idea. I would have to look at that with the director, and if he has any comments, I'd invite him to suggest any thoughts around that. I believe that the contract we have with the internal food services, it relates to what's happening within the building, and so I think we would be open to do that, but Colin would correct me if I'm wrong on that. So that is something that could be done on a pilot basis. I would suggest that could be done outside of an RFP process. That's something we could just do at our own discretion at an event where we would just bring it in and try it out. So, but I'll ask Colin to comment further.
Mr. Service?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Already, at most of our facilities during community events, we allow food trucks to be present as long as they have the appropriate business license with legislative services. So we are already doing that, and we have a lot of success. And most of our event organizers have indicated to us they'd rather do that than have a internal person that they require, that they're required to use. So they'd rather have the option of being able to have their own food truck.
But that's the event bringing in the food truck, or no?
Sorry?
Is that the event bringing in their own food truck that you mean through that process?
Yes, they have, but they still have to have an approved license, and then they pay the town a vendor fee when they do that.
So you don't see this conflicting with that?
No, we view them as 2 completely separate issues. One is the RFP for a permanent location for food trucks. That's what we're addressing today. As far as events, at our other facilities, we would continue doing the approach that we're recommending, continue doing the approach we're doing now. So.
Okay. I guess so. I'm somewhat hesitant, and I prefer to maybe take this like Main Street. And I don't know where anybody else or what anybody else's thoughts are, and there are the speakers. But I'll wait until the speakers are over. But what I'm leaning towards is not doing any works to the areas at all, and just allowing one truck in each location for 1 year to see what it might introduce. And whether staff decide to include in the RFP at that time, because it will be attracting attention from food truck people, the Magna Center. I would love to see us considering that if it can be done in time, if not separately. But I think I'd lean towards no capital works at this point, which would mean, I guess, in the Ferry Lake would mean probably cording off 2 parking spots or something that says food truck or to that effect. But that's kind of where I'm leaning right now, but I'll wait to hear from other councillors.
Thank you. Now, who was the seconder on that? Okay, Councillor Kerman?
Yeah, regardless of how this comes out, it's being tried everywhere. And it's basically what that people want. And, whatever comes out with this, the compromise, at least I think we should give it the opportunity of a chance. Whether there's 1 truck on the Parkway or 2, 1 would be fine. And where the other one is at the front of Ferry Lake, I'd like to see that in there, but you might have to do at least something, Mr. Mayor, or not. If there's a lot of customers, it turns into a mud puddle, particularly the one at Ferry Lake.
Thank you. Councillor Sponga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions. First of all, by nature, a food truck is on wheel and it's mobile. So I started really to get a concern about the fact that we're going to provide an area where, and I don't know what, by a permanent location, what does that mean? How many hours will they be able to be there? Are they going to keep the truck there overnight? Are we then encroaching into other business practices where people actually make an investment into a building to own a restaurant and pay taxes, property taxes, and so forth? Are these people now getting municipal land to carry out their private business? So I have that concern, and I need to get some clarification on that. But more specifically right now, just to more basic questions are, on the Parkway area, which I kind of like it. At first glance, I thought, yeah, that's a good place. But then I started thinking, well, will the public then now be allowed to park in these 2 areas for a certain amount of time, at certain times of the year? So that's one concern I have right away. And looking at also the Ferry Lake thing, honestly, we've got beautiful views from the east towards the west. And really, if if we were to move forward to allowing food trucks to park somewhere and do their business, then park is the key for me, not necessarily be situated on a permanent basis in an area that's not a mobile food truck. Would we really want them right there by the laneway? Wouldn't we want them more closer to the railway tracks so they don't actually interfere with the aesthetics and the beauty of the natural setting of the park? That's the other concern I have. The last question also is, from my experience, I know that with the farmers market is food trucks either work on electricity or work on diesel or gas generators. So does this mean we're going to have potentially trucks idling for a long period of time parked next to our 2 beautiful parks areas? So for me, really, there's a number of questions that need to be addressed. So I don't know. I'm going to leave it to staff, through you, Mr. Mayor, if they can address
Mr. Dougal or Mr. Service?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Sponga, yeah, in terms of the time of occupancy and use of the spaces, it would not be the intention that they would be there permanently. It would be that there would be a space that they would have the opportunity to occupy within the parameters that we could set. So
within the parameters, sorry?
Within the parameters that we could set. We haven't actually established those yet, so but within those parameters. So it could be at prime time of day. It could be throughout a day, weekends. So that would be something we would determine and include within the RFP process. So it's clear for anybody wishing to bid. But it wouldn't be a permanent location where they'd be able to park their truck permanently. We would be basically marking an area where they would have the ability to use it. So in regards to...
So would the public be able to park there if they're not there?
If it was designated for their use, it would either be signed at the time that it could be used for parking, Or, and more likely, it would be the instance that it would not. Those parking spaces would be taken out of commission, would be my thinking in terms of enforcement of it. So that's the approach that we've talked about to date, is that we would lose those spots for parking, whether it be 1 or 2 spaces, that it would be used for that. Because it could be an implementation headache in terms of having to make sure that it maintains access to those that have rights to use that space.
If that's the case, through you, Mr. Mayor, I concur with Councillor Taylor. I've used it, my child has used it up until a couple of years ago. This is probably one of the most popular access points. And if you've got a couple of toddlers in your car, this is the ideal location to try to offload them. Because you have that entranceway, it's relatively safe. So that we would have to consider the fact that we're sacrificing a really popular spot with parents that access the park. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I had a number of other concerns.
Well, I think you made your statement, but do you have any more questions?
No. The other question was in terms of how is going to operate? How is it going to interfere in terms of people that are actually paying rent and taxes, and the other one was, will they be idling? How are they going to operate these trucks next to our parks? We have an anti-idling bylaw.
Mr. McDougall.
Yeah, the food trucks would have to certainly adhere to our bylaws, and they would be generator power, or there would be, if they require electricity, they would be paying for that, for electricity that we have on site. And we used to charge groups when they use electricity. We can do the same with this as well. And in terms of, you had asked a question around on the other side, closer to the railroad tracks. Right. One of the considerations that had been talked about was making sure that it's safe for public to access the queue and to access the food trucks. And so the thought was that it would be better on the other side, so you're away from the traffic coming in and out of Fairy Lake.
Okay. Would they be paying a lease or a tax to use this parking? Because it's exclusive to only a certain business, and it's a private business and a private individual that no other members of our municipality would have access to, unless they're licensed and that specific business. And so it's really specific to a couple of individuals, not necessarily municipal residents. So would we be looking for some compensation?
Oh, yeah, there would certainly be a permit fee that would be established and would be linked to the space and the access to the space, and so there'd be a permit fee that would be required for any successful proponent through the RFP process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hempin.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I really like this idea, and I like the idea of putting 2 food trucks and giving people a little bit of a choice is really good. You know, I've traveled in numerous cities in the United States, and you see how popular it is in tourist areas, and it really creates a vibe around the tourist areas, and people are actually lining up, and there's lineups of food trucks, and gives people a lot of choice, and they really enjoy it. My preference is, I think, in the entrance or somewhere close to the entrance of Fairy Lake. I think it'll just enhance that experience of coming down to the downtown, and I think it's a great idea and a great initiative, and I thank staff for doing that.
Regional Councillor.
Thanks very much. I agree with what Councillor Hempin saying about the tourist vibe, and when you get, but they're often anchored around a very specific, as the deputy said, if it was right in the Riverwalk Commons area, there's sort of a, I just don't know if you create a tourist vibe on Kane Parkway, and so that's what I'm struggling with, this location more than the idea, and so and that's really for me what it's about. And I get that the Riverwalk Commons doesn't work for other various reasons, or perhaps doesn't work. But so I guess I know it's on the floor, but which is the awkward part of the process we have, because I don't support that. I just wanted to get discussing it. But I'd actually like to. I'm not comfortable with the Kane Parkway location. I mean, I know there's an ice cream truck that stops there sometimes. Would they still be able to? The parking for the parents who are at that location, the gateway is the gateway. And the other part, and I think Councillor Sponga raises something, I know it's within our parameters, but is that a daily removal of the vehicles? Because the idea of a conservation authority, the Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority gateway feature being a couple of perhaps well-kept food trucks isn't quite my idea of there. Again, if it was out in a more urban space and but once we get into the park a bit, I'm not so sure. So I will, if this does not succeed, I'll propose an alternate motion that staff pursue an events-based food truck RFP at Ferry Lake and at the Magna Center. And that we try that, my idea being that we try that on an events base. So you put out maybe a list of 10 or 12 events that draw high traffic. You RFP it on the basis that you would be able to have your truck there on those days. We see how it goes, and then if next year we maybe learn something from it, and then maybe we start going to permanent concrete pads for trucks, or looking at other locations. I don't know, but I'm struggling with, and I know it sounds like we're not putting in permanent features, or at least one location. But I'm struggling completely with the Kane Parkway location and somewhat with the other one, and feel like I'd rather take a small step. So I can't support it as it is, but would propose that we look at an events-based, unless staff, and I guess I should ask, does staff have a comment about an events-based approach? Is that something that they feel for some reason I'm not thinking of, which is quite possible? This is not my area, that doesn't work, or?
Mr. Service.
My only look of confusion that I may have is that, yes, in essence, we're already doing that, and we do allow events to have food trucks as long as they have to pay a vendor permit fee and they have to have the appropriate business license through our legislative services. So, in essence, we already are doing that anyway on events, and we're structuring it that way. So I'm not really sure what we would be including in an RFP.
Okay, so I was confused, I guess, by I heard you say that events could do that, so they may or may not do it.
Yeah.
They may do it in a different form, and this sounds like something the town was pursuing that we were, as opposed to an event saying we'd like to ask for the right to have a food truck at our event. This would be you've got the right to that space, let's say at the Magna Center, or perhaps even at Ferry Lake, for 10 days of the year on high volume, and it's up through us. That's what I meant.
I see what you're
And
doing.
if you feel that's more or less the same thing, that's fine. But that was the difference I was making.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think that I understand now what you're suggesting. I do think, though, from an event organizer perspective and our relationships with those event organizers, they would much rather have that ability to make that choice themselves as to which company they'd want to deal with. That's the number one concern we had over and over again, was not wanting to deal with whoever we had currently in terms of proponents that could provide food services. So,
okay. All right, thank you. Okay, so I just close by saying I'm not sure. I guess just for me, this isn't the right proposal. I don't have the right answer, and I apologize. Maybe there is other good locations, or maybe there is another way to approach this. But for me right now, this doesn't quite feel comfortable, so I'm just going to not support it for now and see where it goes in the future. Thank you.
I guess my thought would be is if we go out with an RFP, most of those vendors will have a good idea as to whether or not the location has the features that they're looking for and might be familiar enough with the traffic. And so my thinking is if we take this on as a pilot project and take a look and see the sites, if they're not prime sites, or if they're not attractive for the vendors, they won't bid on them. And so we might not get some bids there as well. So it might be a good learning experience if we took this on as a pilot just this one time this year. And the other thought I had was that maybe we could think about the Bayview Parkway in the north end there. There's lots of activity goes on there, and I know that there's probably one or two vendors that have sent their kids through university on their weekend ice cream trucks. But that seems to be another consideration that we might want to give some thought to as well. Councillor Kerwin.
Yeah, I'll wrap this up. I'd like to thank all participants for their comments. This gentleman has been before town for about 3 years, and I'm glad to see this report before council. In many ways, it's a pilot project. For me, let's give it a try. You know, these things are very popular in every city, no matter where you go, right across Toronto. We could be no exception. So we try this and see how it works, and I'm going to support it. And I thank staff for the report. But I've listened to all the comments. We'll know whether it worked or it didn't work. We've tried things before that worked and things that didn't, but I think this is a progressive piece of legislation. It just provides our citizens with a better opportunity for food during the day, anywhere. And these are just two locations that are most popularly used.
Thank you. Councillor Twinney.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I So I agree with Councillor Kerwin, the fact that we've been talking about these food trucks for a few years now, and they've been, back and forth, and I guess we've got to make a decision. Are we going to do it or are we not going to do it? And I think that we should move ahead with it. I think that it is something that will be well received, and I do agree with Councillor Hammond. I think the Fairy Lake location is our little tourist area of Newmarket, and I don't see where other areas will maybe quite as viable, and I think that's where a lot of people walk during the day to go for their lunch walk or whatever, and I think that's where it's going to be the most successful for a food truck. And so I do support the one at Fairy Lake if we can do it in a manner that's perhaps, we talk about a gravel area first. I don't want to see us spending a lot of money on a parking pad and all that if it doesn't actually succeed. And with regards to the Kane Parkway, I'm assuming, I think it's the picture it's showing is right by the playground. And again, I do agree that it may get some traction there maybe, but not like the will be, I think, at the main entrance to Fairy Lake. And also too, lots of people do park there with access to that playground with small children and strollers and things. So I wouldn't like to see that parking area taken away for a food truck, because I think it's that's where lots of kids park, parents park with children. But we'll support the request for the Fairy Lake food truck location.
As it stands now, the recommendation includes both locations, and we want to deal with those locations separately just to get some resolution to the situation. Okay. Regional Councillor and then Councillor Sponga.
Can I just confirm that the Fairy Lake location, when you said, I think you said something about they would stay within our guidelines, but would our guidelines require the vehicle to leave each day, or could they stay there, or is it contemplated by staff that they could stay for weeks at a time?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, it would be our expectation, and would be written in the RFP, the hours that it would be operating. It would be somewhere around the hours of, for instance, 11 to 7, something like that, Monday to Friday. But again, we can work out those details. But it would be with the expectation they would depart every night. And times that they're not operating, they would be required to depart. So they're not to be a permanent fixture.
All right, if it was considered to vote on them separately and to label it as a pilot project, that would be appreciated.
Mover and the seconder.
I agree with that, John. That's no problem.
Okay, so that's a friendly as a pilot. Okay, any further discussion? Councillor Sponga.
Given the amendment, if the mover and seconder would see an amendment that would ask staff to look at an alternate location for the other 2 parking spots within the Kane Parkway or other areas such as George Richardson, Bayview Parkway Extension, and so forth, whether you'd find that friendly.
I'd rather just deal with the 2 we have, because I don't know where then the other locations are going to be anything.
The staff to come back with.
I think we need to move on. It's spring's here, it's time to get this done. What do you think?
All right.
Okay.
Sorry, then a question to staff, whether there had been any consideration about moving the 2 spots at Kane Parkway away from the gateway into Fairy Lake, the park, the entrance to the park, and another location where perhaps there's less parking being used by visitors of our playground, like further south. Did you consider that? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We could certainly look at another location along Kane Parkway. We would have to assess it as staff, and if it was okay with council, then we would have to determine a location that would make sense for public safety, but as well would make sense for the operator of the food truck. There may not be another spot that would have access from the park, and if there wasn't, then if council feels that the current spots being suggested for the reasons mentioned aren't appropriate, then we would, if we couldn't find an alternate spot, we would look to not pursue that one if council directs that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kerwin.
In sum, I can see the direction this is going. We might get one but not the other. But just a codicil in there that if that one doesn't work on the Kane Parkway, then that location, it's where the region staff used to park, closer to the crossover there up to the town hall. But that would be done in the future. What we need to do is, if we get one this year, we could look at the second one next year. How's that, John?
Okay. And just one question of clarification on my part. Would they be required to be there every day, or are they able to be there every day? May not be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday type of thing. Just
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we would say they would be allowed to be there, but they would determine whether they wanted to be. And one of the reasons for looking for locations that they could be known to the marketplace or to the public that they're going to be there. It's in their best business interest to be there at regular hours, as we would allow them to be there within those hours. Okay. But ultimately, it would be their choice.
Great, thank you, Councillor Sponga. Final questions, please.
Question. On the Fairy Lake site, there are a number of events such as what is it called? Not One of a Kind, the Artisans Festival, and so forth. How would that work in conjunction with event organizers? Will they have to have the food truck there, or will the food truck then will be at the discretion of the event organizers whether the food truck will be there on that day or not?
Mr. McDougall.
That's one question, and one more.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. We would consult with the main event organizers prior to issuing the RFP, and if they indicate that they would not want the food truck there on that time, then we would include it in the RFP as an excluded date.
So what would happen to new events that come in?
New events, they would have to understand that if there was a permit there for the food truck, then the food truck would be there, and they'd have to plan accordingly.
Okay. Then on the Kane Parkway, because I don't think this is on Fairy Lake that you're actually going to be designating like a parking spot area. It's not going to look like a parking, and we're not going to treat it in such a way that people will assume that it's an area that they can park at. Because if that happens, during the hours that are not captured in the RFP for the food truck, and there's a car parked there, what would that happen?
Mr. McDougall?
To you, Mr. Mayor, that's one of the reasons why having a dedicated area for them makes it logistically easier to implement. So we would, if we didn't have that gravel area on a pilot basis, then we would just have to designate the spot, and we would have an issue that we have to deal with if on a regular basis there's a car parked when the truck shows up to use a spot that they've got a permit for.
So you can see how that issue
could be an issue, yes.
So you can see how that issue could be 100 times more so to happen on Kane Parkway.
The potential is there, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah, with proper signage, et cetera. But, okay, good discussion. All those. Now, I'm going to ask for a vote on, with respect to item 1, only with respect to the Fairy Lake parking lot. All those in favor?
Sir, what do you do, Fairy Lake?
Lot 1. Item number 1, recommendation number 1, and only relative to the Fairy Lake parking lot.
And that's no longer an annual request for et cetera, it's a pilot project, is that correct?
Yes. The intent was a pilot project. So that's, you were the mover and who was the seconder? So that was a friendly, I took that as a friendly amendment, as a pilot project. All those in favor of that? Any opposed? Now with respect to the Kane Parkway portion of that, all those in favor? Opposed? That's defeated. Okay. All righty. Next.
Take the second clause.
Yes, second clause is part of the first clause. You're right. The notification. Okay. Yeah. That was the intent. Okay. Okay. Item number 9, implementation plan for future facilities and land use. We have recommendations before us. Have a mover and a seconder. Okay, regional councillor, seconder.
I'll second it, but I will have to add one item to this.
Okay, Councillor Vague seconded. The regional councillor is the mover.
Thanks very much. I just have a couple of quick questions. It's indicating here that in to be started in 2016-17, which means very quickly, 2 outdoor skate parks. I guess I'd just like to hear from staff that obviously with one of the locations not being certain, I guess this is up to 2 skate parks. Is that, I guess I'm just surprised that we're moving as quickly as we are on both skate parks. And any comment from staff to clarify, obviously, the other part, which is that one is not certain at this point, I would assume.
Mr. Service?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. The reason that we're suggesting that timeline is so that we can hire one designer and go through that design and consultation process beginning in 2016, 2017, knowing that the actual construction of the second one may not happen until a final site is determined. But we want to have the RFP include design and everything else for both.
I see, okay. And then the other part is, if that phase has completion by 2017-18, and I guess that's, as you've just pointed out, is potential completion, I guess. I mean, I'd hate for people to start saying, well, this was supposed to be done this year, and this was, so but I assume that this is potential completion. Then my question would be, if that's completion in 2017-18, the 2 to 5 years subject to budget approval, is the 2 the beginning of or the completion of? And I guess I'm frankly looking specifically at the outdoor rink. And
Mr. Service?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the intention was that anything that identifies the 2 to 5 years is that the project begins within that time frame, not necessarily completion.
okay. The other concern I had a little bit was just about the, again, because we get, we'll have people claiming from these numbers, and we've been down this road so many times, and I understand why staff does it, but from these numbers, we'll have people claiming, oh, that project, when it got completed, was 3 times over its original budget. And as just one example, again, the outdoor rink, sort of from some of the discussions I've had, I thought the potential was that it could be, or at least the range could be much broader than that. Is that tightness of a range, is that a result of some research or some learnings that have occurred more recently, or?
Mr. Service?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, where there's the broader range, so things that are phase 3 and onward are very, very, very preliminary kinds of numbers, and one of the reasons why we're suggesting that these would always come back for budget approval is that we would do a much more comprehensive research as to how much exactly would cost, because some of it is dependent upon land constraints and things like that. So we would want to ensure that we had a much more detailed approach for phase 3 onward.
So, and my last question, I'm specific again, but to a certain degree, but if there was reasons why a project could occur sooner than what's outlined here, that's not precluded by these schedules. Is that fair to say? Or if there was reasons, even with all of our purchases and acquisitions of land, things we're looking at and options and synergies with private or other partners, et cetera?
Mr. McGougall?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, this report and what's suggested within is intended to be a guideline for council, and then as we go through any annual budgeting process, we would be coming forward as we would normally with suggested projects. We would be using this definitely as a reference, but as well, council could raise any items as they would normally in the capital budget process. So as things change and evolve, I would best describe this as a living document that would serve as a strong guideline to assist us as staff and council and the community in terms of knowing the word roadmap was used earlier. Use it again in this one as a roadmap to help us get from where we are today to where we're trying to move. But again, the annual budget process will be critical in this discussion and decision points.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Veigh?
Much. First, I want to say thank you to staff and also my colleagues here on council. We've worked very hard on the playbook, and it's fairly exciting that we're getting into the actual implementation stage and looking in the future, and we can be able to show our constituents and everyone here in Newmarket about what our plans are going forward. So this is quite an achievement, and it did take a lot of work, a lot of energy, and a lot of time, both on part of the staff and part of this council. So I want to acknowledge that. For the most part here, I'm quite pleased with our implementation plan. I know we've had a lot of discussion. However, I would like to draw council's attention and staff's attention to page 51. And on page 51, on phase 3, which is 2 to 5 years, so it could be as soon as next year, we have the construction of an outdoor basketball court at Ken Sturgeon Park. I'd like to ask council that if we can move that construction of the basketball court at Ken Sturgeon Park into phase 1, so in other words, this year, and I'd like to do that for 2 reasons. One is that we are having construction at the park this year already because of the new playground equipment put in. And the second reason, Ken Sturgeon Park is where we built our community outdoor rink. And one of the challenges we've had over the last 2 years is that one end of the rink is about 3 feet lower than the other end. So we have to build up quite a bit of ice before we can even get a level skating surface. In fact, we took our rink apart yesterday, and there was still ice in there where it was at the 3-foot end. So having a basketball court there would give us a level, hard, flat surface that allow us to build the rink. This basketball court is paid 90% development costs. So most of the cost of it is covered. But I would like to that we add somewhere here in our recommendations that basketball court be moved from phase 2 to phase 1. I would also like to ask staff their thoughts on that. I know there's be some engineering drawings to be done, and looking at the staff work schedule. So I'm not sure if I should be directing this to Mr. McDougall or Mr. Nohammer. So I'll let you two choose.
Mr. Nohammer?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Vega, it's something that staff could certainly look at. The implication of installing it this year would imply a fair amount of cramming into an already existing work schedule for design and tender and construction. But it's something that we can provide you an answer with. Failing that, it's something that we could bring forward as part of the 2017 budget. If council directs us to do that, we could certainly explore that as well.
Okay. Well, as I said, I'd really like that this year because it has an impact on the winter for the skating rink also. If that impact wasn't there, I'd probably be a little bit more patient, but this is an opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If I am looking at dates, our next council is April 4th coming up, but then we don't have a committee of the whole until April 18th, and then the council after that until April 25th, which really starts to bring us into our construction season, etc. I'm wondering, and I know it may seem like a short time, but it is 2 weeks' time. Would we be able to have an answer for that for the April 4th council? Just otherwise, we're looking at council to April 25th.
Yeah, I'm confident we could give you an answer in terms of whether it's possible or not to do in 2016. And at that time, if it is possible, we would be seeking amendment to the 2016 budget to include it in the capital program.
Right.
And as I said, failing that, we could introduce it in the 2017 budget.
Okay, and it is 90% development charges, so.
It's, so there would be still a 10% impact on the operating fund.
Right. Oh, okay. So I would like to include that when we vote on our recommendations, that basically that the basketball court from Ken Sturgeon Park be moved into phase 1, and that we can basically expect a report on that for the council April 4th meeting.
So the mover, see that as a friendly amendment? Councillor?
I think that should be a separate vote.
Okay, I'm okay with that separate vote.
Yeah. He'd like to add the recommendation that we have a further report for council on April the...
So number 5?
No, he's asking for phase 1.
We have 4 recommendations here.
Yeah. Is it a friendly amendment, John, is my question?
No, I think that's what it's indicating is that it's the amendment. So I think it should be voted on separately. I don't know where the conversation's going. There might be 6 more requests of the same nature. We're having a very busy phase 1, so I don't know what to say at this point. Okay. To be honest, sorry.
All right, we can come back.
So we can wait.
Yep,
We'll come back.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right, we can come back to that then. Councillor Curran, then Councillor Bazans, Councillor Twinney, and Councillor Hampton.
Just some questions. I don't see anything here on the Scout Hall, which is at the fairgrounds, what we're going to do with that. And that was in the playbook and it was on the screen. So what's happening?
Mr. Neuhammer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can tell you that we are meeting with the members of the Optimist Club to resolve the future of the Scouts and location for their meetings and activities. We are meeting with them in the next couple of weeks to advise them of some of the issues that we're having with Scout Hall and basically an end date for their use of the facility. But beyond that, don't have any further information for you.
And I don't see anything in here with regard to the fairgrounds, and the fairgrounds are used by everyone. It's a center point of town. Of any enhancements to the fairgrounds or the elimination of the drainage problems up by the curling rink. Where are we on that?
Mr. Neuhammer? Or Mr. McDougall? Whoever. All right. Mr. Service.
I'll take a stab at that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. In the phase 3, we've identified under the section of replacement of the ball diamond at Art Ferguson Park, fairgrounds, and as the location. And so what's intended in that recommendation is to address a variety of issues at the fairgrounds in terms of updating that site. So it is captured within phase 3 in the 2 to 5 year implementation section.
Okay, thank you. I agree the recreation playbook is a work of art. I'm also concerned when there are capital projects, and these comes out of DCs, some out of operation. You have operational costs down the road, and it's very ambitious. And I realize that it's only a roadmap, and we can pull a halt to it. But I think we have to be very careful what we're doing, that we don't put the town in an adverse economic position. All capital projects cost money. They might be out of DCs, but which are raised on the backs of the homeowner that is buying a new home, and homes are now selling for well over $1 million, and there will be property taxes to be paid. But every time we do something, it costs money. And I maintain that what we have to maintain to a decent standard. You can't let them deteriorate to the point where they're obsolete and we have to tear them down, or they're not functioning because we didn't maintain the boilers or the furnaces or whatever. So I'm in favor of it, but I'm going to be cautious. And if I see the revenue not coming in or the costs exceeding what people can afford, then it's all great to get a basketball court. It's all great to get ice pads and splash pads and all of this stuff. But every time you put a building in there like the Magna Center or the Ops Center or the Rec Complex or whatever we build, you've got to maintain it, and that's more staff. And more staff costs more money. And at times, cities and municipalities have gone bankrupt. So it's a great playbook. But I want to see the financial implications myself of moving the tennis courts, which are probably the best in the region of York, because they're in a bowl and you don't get the wind, to moving those locations to somewhere else, Art Ferguson Park that's been mentioned. and how much money we can get for the land that we propose to sell, which is on Newmarket's old garbage dump. I want to know those figures before I make any moves, because I don't want to indebt the town to any more debt than it is, and you have to keep the property taxes at a reasonable rate in some very uncertain economic times. So I like it, but we all want things, you know, but someone has to pay for it. And
Thank
that's
you.
the person who can no longer afford a house.
Just to refresh my memory, I thought we did a 2 or 3 year forecast as far as the tax rate goes, and to what extent were these operating expenses reflected, or will that be part of the business case analysis?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, one of the things that we're committed to doing is a much better job of really identifying those operating costs and what the implications are as we move forward with budget approval on capital projects, so that you'll see, not unlike you saw with the artificial turf field, where we were very clear with what the long-term implications are from an operating perspective. We'll continue to do that so that you can be informed.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Bazant.
Okay. Thank you. I just actually had a couple questions with respect to the ice rink and the existing ice program. So there is a recommendation to continue with the existing natural outdoor ice rink program, but we had implemented this as a pilot for 3 rinks. So does this imply that if there are other areas that want to have an outdoor ice rink, that would be expanded to include that? So we're a little unclear about that this past winter.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, what we're recommending is that when a volunteer group emerges that is able to maintain that program, that we could then explore a volunteer group and funding, because it's around $5,000 to $6,000 to create the water source, if there isn't already an existing water source. So essentially we're saying that the pilot program will continue for the 3 years, and at the conclusion of that we would explore those other opportunities in other underserved wards.
Okay, thank you. So I think we just need to be clear to other wards that might be interested. And then my other question is with respect to the full-size outdoor artificial ice rink, and it says that location would be Magna Center future land acquisition. I don't recall that we had definitively ruled out, maybe I'm wrong, but that we had definitively ruled out Ray 20. And the comment here is if it is located at Magna, then there's implications for laneways and limited parking, which would need to be addressed. So I would assume that there would be additional cost there to the cost that's proposed for that. Do we have any idea what that would be? And also, have we in fact ruled out Ray 20? Because I know that there was some discussion about that there being a good fit with Ray 20, given that the equipment is there and certainly the land is there, there's ample parking and so forth.
Mr. Service?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our recommendation at this point in time is either at Magna Center or another site, but certainly we're at Council's hands if they would prefer us to continue to explore Ray 20 as an option. But our feeling was that Magna Center would be the ideal site unless we chose to do it in future land. In terms of additional costs at Magna Center, that's something that we would have to explore once we determined where on site and how we would. So I don't have even a ballpark at this point in time. So that would come back though to council.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, then would we, in being able to make that determination, would we be able to see the full sort of assumed costs of Magna versus Ray 20 versus future land?
Mr. Sheldon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to suggest on that item that we identify in that column that the location is to be confirmed, because that is still a discussion that's going on with council, and there's still some closed session discussions potentially related to that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So that's So who do we have as a mover and the seconder? That could be a friendly amendment, or that's just an administrative amendment, I guess. Yeah. Part of the consideration. Okay, good. Councillor Twining, sorry.
Just to add to that as well, just on all of the locations as you see in the report, again, in the spirit of it being a roadmap, as council would recall, we went through the council workshop where we had to talk about if we did one thing, it had implications somewhere else, and it was a bit of a puzzle that we put together. So that's the result of what you see in terms of recommended location. But on many of these, there is still a potential for that piece to still be something else. And so, again, as I mentioned earlier, in all of these instances, this is to serve as a roadmap, but we would come back with a substantive report to council with all of the cost benefit, the capital, the operating, the location, all of the things that would be required to advance a project forward. That would come through regular budget business and report business, and council would provide direction to us. We'd proceed accordingly on any of these.
Thank you. Councillor Twining?
Thank you. Going back to actually Councillor Bazant's comment and looking at the whole recommendations, and I understand that it is a living document. It can change, but I still feel that I can't support it because it's a recommended location, and they're too defined. One of the areas we talked about, we all have our wards, and you look at all the different, facilities and recreation facilities and ideas that are going to go into the town, and there doesn't seem to be anything potential for the northeast area of Newmarket. And I know since I came on council in 2010 that we were in discussion with Glen Cedar Park about revitalizing that park. And there's nothing in here about it, I thought we were at least at phase 1 already in progress, and there's nothing being stated here. And then we have other areas where it says design and construct one spray pad. SM, I don't know what it means, SM, development site on Davis Drive, or another city, okay, what does SM development? And then northeast, St. Michael, okay, northeast quadrant, that's an area that we already talked about, that there is one up there already. And then we have other areas where for a artificial ice rink, I agree with Councillor Bazant. I thought Ray 20 was, a very good suitable location, but it's not even listed on here, but a future land acquisition is listed. And again, we have on construct 2 outdoor basketball courts. It was, we talked about in the recreation playbook in our workshop, we talked about different sites, and I don't have it in front of me, but there was certainly other different sites included without having to have a potential future land acquisition. And I don't think that it, it looks like to the public that we're choosing between, that we're going to have one at Ken Sturgeon Park, the environmental park, or we have to buy land for one when we have so much space out there. For example, Bayview Park for basketball courts, it was in our actual workshop that we talked about it. So I don't like the fact that we've defined some of these areas. So, and I understand it's all part of a roadmap, but I think we could have been a little bit less definitive of, options, or maybe even, or perhaps we should have been more expanding of options, as opposed to maybe limiting it to 2. We should have listed that they still can go in some of these. So, it is, I know it's in principle, it's always, it has to come back to council and it has to be approved, but, it is being, this is recommendations, and I can't approve something that's being recommended that, I think there's so many different options out there still for so many of these things, so.
Mr. Service?
Mayor, what I would like to highlight to Councillor Twining's point is that within the recommendations, we're simply proposing that Phase 3 be shared as a starting point for a community consultation process. So what we're hoping, so anything that is Phase 3 onward, where even though there's recommendations listed, the intention behind that is to give the public an idea of possibility to start from. And then from there, we can start to engage in the conversation and look at other possibilities from that point forward. So really the intention wasn't to to be so prescriptive in phase 3 onward, but rather to give a starting point for discussion.
So I'd feel more comfortable if we have a document that's a recommendation that comes to council for phase 3 to be less defined. You know, I mean, or either less defined or give more options that's in the actual recommendation. So maybe that's, you know what I mean, because we had more options in our workshop. Like, and we had several different, you know, and we talked about Route 20 Complex, we talked about Bayview Park, we talked about Glen Cedar, but now it seems like we've narrowed it down. And if the intent is for the phase 3 to be more like open and having a discussion of where it should be with public consultation, then I think we need to somehow portray that in this phase 3 recommendation.
Mr. Service?
Through Mr. Mayor, we would certainly, like as part of that public consultation process, we can bring back all of those thoughts that were presented as part of the workshop, and you know, that can be done through an amendment through Councillor Twinney, if you'd like to see that as an amendment.
Yeah, I'd like to see how we can amend that so that it's portrays more what our, you know, I mean, our.
So what you're suggesting, Councillor, is that we give some thought to modifying recommendation number 2. While we're giving that some thought, Regional Councillor, and then Councillor Hempen, and then Councillor Kerwin.
Thanks very much. One thing I do want to say I think needs to be emphasized here as well is that, and I think a lot of credit needs to go to Colin Service and all of the people in recreation, but Councillor Kerwin's raised a very important point about monitoring operating costs going forward, and we need to do that and watch this on a budget-by-budget basis. And some of these projects might not land exactly in the year where you know, staff is laying it out at this point. But a lot of what's being suggested here is relatively low operating cost types of facilities, spray pads, basketball courts, etc. But what really I don't want to be lost here, frankly, is I think this is, and I'm not joking about this, I think this is one of the more exciting days at this council table in this term and maybe in a while. We stated as a council, one of our major priorities, one of our strategic major priorities for this council was enhanced recreational opportunities or services. And you look at this, I mean, on top of the things that are already moving forward, like the turf field and the fitness center, we're talking about basically announcing that we're moving forward today on 3 splash pads, 2 new tennis courts, 2 skateboard parks, a full-size outdoor arena, enhanced tennis facilities, a new accessible playground, pickleball courts for seniors. I mean, this is a significant step forward for this town in terms of recreational offerings. It's one of our strategic priorities. And through the recreation playbook and staff's work, I think we really are finally getting some traction on some. We've talked about skateboard park for a long, long time. We're getting some traction on this, and we're narrowing it down. And I understand that, you know, there's some concern around timing, locations, and we have to work through that as a council. But this is, in my opinion, I hear probably more than anything from residents about very specific types of recreational amenities. And we're starting to really get a blueprint, lay the blueprint down, put some timelines to it, and start to see some of these things actually happen. And so I think this is fantastic news, and I think very exciting to see us really delivering in a large way in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hempen?
Thank you. And thank you to staff as well. It is very exciting to see all of these new things coming to our municipality. And I just wanted to comment, you know, I've been very fortunate in my ward that we've seen some significant capital investment come to Ward 4, and I thank everyone for that. And I do listen to other members of council, and I do understand the need for spreading out the capital expenditure to all wards in the municipality, so everybody's getting being able to offer services to their residents in their immediate area. So I also will support some kind of looking at phase 3, maybe tightening it up somehow, and maybe listening to all of council members what they'd like to see happen within their ward. Thank you.
Councillor Kerwin?
No, all my concerns were just addressed when Councillor Taylor spoke and other members of council spoke, but it is a guideline, but I'm really happy to see these items which we've discussed already in progress, like the artificial turf, you know, These 4 items on the first page look great. I'm just saying, once they're built, we've got to monitor the operational costs. To make sure, and the DCs are there in place. And I still stand by that.
Thank you. Mr. Mays.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's been a couple of questions and comments about budgets and DCs and financing in general. I just wanted to address them. Also, I haven't spoken yet today, so I thought maybe I should say something. First of all, I just wanted to clarify that nothing in this document circumvents the budget process. You'll notice that all the items in that are in Section 1, those have already been approved in budgets. And to clarify, these are things that are currently underway. So to move something from a different section to Section 1 actually would be Section 2, because you cannot create something underway. It's either underway or it's not underway. So my recommendation, if you're going to move something up, it would be actually to Section 2. When you go to Section 2, you'll find that there's some items that have already been approved in the budget and some haven't. So when you start to get this Section 2 into Section 3, these are things that are more proposed than that. They're, again, to overuse the word roadmap, it's part of the roadmap of where we're going forward. Now, there's been some discussion about the operating costs, and that actually is a concern. And we've had some discussions about operating costs, about capital, that they should be recognized, and perhaps in the past we haven't fully recognized them appropriately. So one of the things being contemplated for the 2017 budget is to make some changes on how we present our capital projects. And anything on this in this roadmap that hasn't been approved by budget will become forward in the 2017 budget, unless Council accelerates something and wants to amend the 2016 budget. The things that are funded from the Asset Replacement Fund are already within the existing service level, so they be paid through the Asset Replacement Fund. There should be nominal, if any, increases or changes in any of the operating costs. Things that are funded through the development charges, and just to give you an idea, we already have the development charges in place for most of these things. We have in our parks, in our recreation, which would be facilities development charges, we have over $6 million accumulated at the end of 2015. And for parks, we have $9.6 million. These things were considered when we did our 2014 background study. So we have been collecting the development charges for these and have been accumulating them throughout the years. But you're right, there is an operating impact in anything which is a growth item. So the things that will be funded through development charges will be coming forward with proposals on what the operating impact would be. These are things that rightly should be funded out of our growth revenues, which would be essentially assessment growth or supplementary taxes. And we're contemplating making a change to that in our 2017 budget. Where before we've addressed things after the fact, we're going to be looking to be more proactive and putting right into the capital project. So anything that is funded from a growth revenue, such as development charges, we'll also be putting forth what the additional operating costs, what we estimate they will be, and how that will be funded. So I'm hoping that's addressing all the budgetary and funding concerns that have come up through this discussion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Mays, another 5 minutes to speak.
Oh, that was good. He's covered it. With respect to item number 2, and that is that Phase 3 of the recreation implementation be shared with the community and through a public consultation process. I wonder if, recognizing that this is 2 or 3 years off, if we just added subject to annual review, and we take a look at that, and depending on what we hear, that might modify Phase 3. But we've got a lot of traction on Phase 1 and Phase 2, and I think it's important for us to have staff move forward on those projects so that we can get a work plan done and that we can get the implementation underway. I know that Phase 3 is not perfect, but perfection is the enemy of progress. So let's set that out as a framework and then look at refining that as we get closer to Phase 3. That would be my suggestion. Mr. Shelton?
Along the same lines, first, this is a very complex issue. As you know, there are a lot of moving parts, and I think the staff to put it together should be commended. But what I would like to suggest is that we just bring forward a somewhat modified version of this for council that includes one, a very clear statement that covers the point of that this is preliminary and the estimates will be updated from time to time, just so that it's known out there that this base document will be subject to change. The second one is I'd like to, under the golf course workshop, to use the word secure there, and I would ask that change be made as opposed to purchase. That is one method of securing, but there are other methods. And the other one is on the full-size outdoor rink to leave that more open, that the location is to be confirmed. We could make those minor amendments to the report and it can come forward to council and be adopted in that way.
Okay. All right, I'll speak to excuse me, mover and seconder, that's Regional Councillor and Councillor Vague. In that format, it's generally acceptable. Councillor Twinney.
Sorry, I appreciate that. Through you, Mayor, to our CAO. So you said, for phase 3, you said about, what was the part you said about the acquisition? You said that we'd change the wording to be
secure.
This is under, if I may, it's on, this is on page 51. So on 51, develop a full-size outdoor artificial ring. On that one, to make it very clear that the final location is yet to be determined, so to be confirmed. The one that I mentioned about secure, that is on page 50, and it's the last item in phase 2. Instead of the word purchase, to use the word secure. That's relative to a future negotiation.
Okay. Then also, could we, for council, could we be in some of these other areas too, like, the basketball courts? There was other locations that we spoke about. So again, it's stating Ken Sturgeon and environmental, so it's being very descriptive. That's those two or potential future land acquisition. So again, it's not speaking to some of the recommendations of our recreation playbook. And also, there's no reference whatsoever documented again regards to Glen Cedar Park. And I don't know where things stand with that. And we spoke about it at the workshop, and it's not, there's no, it's not even in phase 3 anywhere. So that's 2 to 5 years. So where, how do we include that in this document, and how do we address it? So I'm looking to staff to sort of give me some feedback.
Mr. Service, you press the button. You're it.
We have under the phase 3 the spray pad issue where it says another suitable location in the northeast quadrant. The intention there was Glen Cedar Park, recognizing that it is not our land, and so anything that we do there involves negotiation with the school board because we don't actually have control of that land. So that's why we didn't specifically identify it within that context. But we can have, in terms of already in progress, we already are having discussions with the school board about what can be done at that site, what kind of options exist.
Okay.
So that can certainly be noted in the already in progress section.
Okay, that's fair enough. And then my last question is, when we're talking about public consultation, what for the phase 3 for 2 to 5 years? And 2 years isn't that far away. What to do public consultation and decide putting out a plan? It takes some time. So, once we get what's in progress in phase 1 sort of going, what is our time frame of when we would want to have a public consultation for phase 3?
Timelines, Mr. Service?
I would suggest that we would want to do that this year, before in the fall of this year, to kind of look at and start exploring those options.
So still in the near future. It's not way out there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Regional Councillor and then Councillor Vague.
Thanks. Just staff's bringing back a slightly amended version of this for council. I think is what I heard. I've just asked staff to look at the estimated cost for the outdoor rink and consider, if you think it's appropriate, a wider range. And you could even say, depending on amenities, because, for example, if this were to be covered and it's not listed here right now, and just so that we don't have to answer questions later. And I think to have a wider range this early when we don't know what the project may include or may not. So if that's your consideration, whatever you feel is appropriate. Thank you.
Councillor Bay?
Thank you very much. Actually, I only had my indicator, my button there pushed, thinking that we were going to go into the recommendations and I was going to make an amendment, but I'm not sure if other members of council have had a chance to speak before we go that far.
The one thing that I'd like to see is a friendly, I'm hoping it's a friendly amendment, is that item number 2 would add subject to annual review. So that we make this an annual review and a discussion on some things that we might not get accomplished, and we start looking at rescheduling, or at least, you know, cycling a longer term time range. So would you see that as friendly, Regional Councillor and Councillor Bay? Item number 2 is that Phase 3 of the Recreation Implementation Plan be shared to the community through public consultation process, subject to an annual review. On an annual basis, we would take a look at where are we in the longer term for some of these facilities, or any other kind of wording that.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Just the way I'm reading that from staff is that the Phase 3, I think its entirety go to a community public consultation, and so I don't know how you do the whole thing subject to annual review.
Okay, or be reviewed annually. What I'm saying is, once we have the public consultation, I'd like to see that Phase 3 or the longer term phase at least get on our agenda at least once a year to say what kind of progress have we made and what's the timelines is on a go-forward basis in the longer term.
Perhaps another recommendation or part of that, but that Phase 3 have annual review to adjust and update timelines and costing.
I like that language. If you're happy with it, yeah.
Is that? I don't know.
Yep. Are you okay with that, Tom?
Yeah.
Okay. And you've made, already? Counts, Mr. Sheldon.
Go on with this one, but just subject to what staff think on this one with Phase 3. Maybe you'd like staff to report back after the consultation process.
Yeah.
And then that could include the whole business of annual updates and operating costs discussions. And
Sure, that language works as well. That staff would report back after that. Okay. It's just that we want to get this back in front of council on a regular basis is the intent. Okay. Councillor Ray?
Okay, I'll come forward with the amendment now that we move for the reasons I've already given, so I won't repeat myself, that we move the basketball court for Ken Sturgeon Park from Phase 3 to Phase 2, and that staff return on April 4th, I guess, to speak about any, whether yes, it's possible to do or any challenges to do that.
So should we ask staff to report first before we recommend that we move it? And let staff report on the feasibility of moving the...
Yep, that works.
That might be better, I think.
Okay.
A staff report on the feasibility of moving basketball court from Phase 3 to Phase 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Ken Sturgeon.
Do you see that, friendly Regional Councillor?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. So that was friendly. Yep. Okay. Anybody wish to deal with any of these items separately? I think we've hammered it out pretty well, and that the revised report format will come forward to council. Okay, and that the report that Councillor Vega is seeking would be coming to council. Okay. All those in favor, as amended? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. That's been a great job to the commissioners and to Mr. Service. And as the regional councillor said earlier, one of the most important items that we've taken on in this term of council, and it'll be a good sign of progress, and it'll give staff a great implementation plan. So this is a significant step forward. Okay. Do we need? Okay. What time is it now? Yep, it's 4:30. Do you want to take a 15-minute break? Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, back at 22. Gee, I thought we'd only have 2 items that were done. No, Yeah, this is our next item. We're going to get an overview, a brief overview. I will call the Committee of the Whole back to order, and I think our next item on the agenda is item number 10. That's the delegation bylaw review, and I think Andrew is going to give us, oh no, Esther is going to do that. All right, Esther, if you could do that. Give us a brief overview of the color coding.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. You have the report at page 55, and it takes you through the process that we undertook last year with the help of one of our interns. Did a lot of the legwork, for which we are very appreciative. And basically, we have identified, this is the first review that has been conducted since the original bylaw, the 2007 bylaw, was passed. So we've identified a couple of things through this review, one of which there have been a number of additional areas of delegated authority that we wanted to include and ensure that our schedules are up to date with the bylaw. So what you see in yellow on the schedules, anything in yellow are areas of additional authority already approved by council. The slight, I guess, proviso to that is that there are a couple of items noted with an asterisk, and those items are the new areas that we are asking be included in the bylaw. So the yellow items without the asterisks are areas that have already been approved by council, and we are simply including them in the appropriate schedule. Now, my apologies to members of council. I didn't realize that the blue portions were so difficult to read, and I just wanted to let you know that anything that is highlighted in blue is an existing area of delegated authority. And what the blue represents is through the consultation that took place with our strategic leadership team and our operational leadership team, we received suggestions and improvements on better implementation of the delegated authority. So what you see in blue is there is no substantive change to the power that is being delegated, but what has been changed are some tweaking to the terms and conditions and the implementation of that authority. So unfortunately, some of the writing, and I apologize, I didn't realize it was so hard to read, but I'm having difficulty seeing some of it. So I'd be pleased to address anything on there that you can't see, that you'd like to just have further information about. Okay, so in terms of the new areas that are being requested to include, and again, this comes out of the consultation that we did with the users of the bylaw. First of all, if I could take you to page 12 in the schedule. And on page 12, and I believe this originated from our Culture and Recreation Department. It deals with an automatic increase in user fees, but automatic only to the extent that the amount would fall below the annual CPI. And we use that as a benchmark for other increases that we have in other policies. And from my discussions with that department, my understanding is that from their own research and review and experience with user fees and charges, it is quite common in other municipal bylaws to include that kind of delegated authority. And what it does is it helps the user department, in this case, Culture and Recreation, to identify and put together their pricing in their brochures, which sometimes get prepared months in advance of the actual fees and charges bylaws coming forward for consideration. So this would help them in identifying at least that portion of the increase, and would help them put together their brochures in a timely manner. The other areas, new areas that have been requested, on page 24 of the schedules, you'll see there that there is a request that applications for heritage permits would be delegated to staff, and this is under the Ontario Heritage Act. And again, this is something based on current review of best practice and other municipal bylaws, something that is being done in other municipalities. I understand from the planning department that Heritage Newmarket was consulted about this, and so are aware and have not raised any concerns about a change in process. And the final area of new authority is on page 29, and that concerns license agreements. So license agreements could be for a number of things. We've already included, and we already have received council approval for example, naming rights, those kinds of license agreements. So that's an existing delegated authority. But license agreements could cover the use of land, and I'm thinking we have a couple of parking lots, for example, where we have license agreements as opposed to lease agreements. So this would be consistent with how we treat our lease agreements and the method that we use to determine the rent, and also updating the terms of those agreements. So those are essentially the 4 new areas, and the rest of it is really a compilation of existing authority and trying to get everything in the same place.
Okay, any questions, Regional Councillor?
Sorry, we're dealing with the report too, so it's everything.
Yeah, well, just if there's any items that you'd like clarified in the discussion, then we'll bring the report forward.
No, I'll wait. I've got one concern I want to raise.
Okay. Any other questions of clarification? Councillor Twinney? Okay. With respect to the heritage permits, now that's a resident application for a heritage permit as opposed to, say, the heritage. You know how we go through some of these designations that the property owners aren't necessarily in agreement with. So, is there still that separation?
Yes. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The heritage permits, first of all, it would be an individual designation. It could be an individual property owner anywhere in the town. And the second type of application or permit would be with respect to a property that is within the heritage district, the downtown heritage district. So those would be the 2 categories.
So in both cases, are they initiated by the property owner or not necessarily? The latter, I guess, is not necessarily because it's within the district. Is that correct?
Initiated by the property owner. So it's something that the property owner wants to do, either an alteration or some change to the property that would require a permit under the Ontario Heritage Act.
Also on application by the property owner? Councillor Sponga?
If I understand right, the designation under the Municipal Affairs Act, well, actually, sorry, under the Heritage Act, the actual designation has to occur at a council meeting. Heritage designation of a property, I might be wrong. But what you're referring to isn't a request for, we're not delegating the powers to designate a property under the Ontario Heritage Act. What we're doing is we're delegating the processing of a work permit for a property that is being designated under the Ontario that is already designated under the Ontario Heritage Act, correct?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. This is not dealing with the actual designation. This assumes that a designation has already been made with respect to that property.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that clarification. Okay, any other questions, clarification? So we have the report before us. And I have a motion with respect to the recommendations under item number 10. That's the delegation bylaw. Moved by regional councillor. Is there a seconder for that? Seconder for the delegation bylaw? Councillor Sponga. Okay, good. Regional councillor is the mover.
Thanks very much. So I have a feeling I'm not alone, but the one that you probably can assume caught my attention, I would suspect others, was the delegating to the users' fees and charges. And what I heard you state too was that it was particularly advantageous to do that for the Parks and Rec and Culture area. And that's probably the area where I'm a little bit more concerned, because that's typically the area where we get outreach on and want to have discussion. And that's probably part of the reason to have delegations, to try to streamline that and avoid the to-ing and fro-ing from the community perspective. But sometimes the community perspective, and even in this past, I think, cycle, sort of brought to light a bit of an anomaly in terms of what was going on in one area, and there was an adjustment made, and staff supported that adjustment. So sometimes that process is a good one. And I'm also worried about delegating all these fees and charges in line with CPI, and let's say 2 years from now, CPI all of a sudden runs up to 7%. So I would like to, regardless of the first issue, I think it would be wise of us to maybe put a cap of like 3% or something. We rarely see it. About 3 is usually the range we're in, or a little below that. And then that would mean an extraordinary year, and then that should come for a council discussion to see if we want to move past that. And so that part I would want to do regardless. I'm open to hearing from staff, but I'm got to say I'm also tempted to say, also with the exception of Parks and Rec and Culture fees, because those are the ones where we get so much feedback on, and so many, we often get a debutant, and we get contacted about them. And I see the upside, which is, to try to get away from setting fees based upon who contacts you. But it's part of the sort of the dialogue with the user groups in the community that sometimes helps us inform us of sometimes justified approaches. So I'd be open to hearing from staff on their thoughts, particularly in the Parks, Rec, and Culture one. I think the cap is, one I lean strongly towards.
Mr. Sheldon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The cap sounds like something that we could work with and makes good sense. And if we could get Mr. McDougall to speak about the rec fees in particular.
Mr. McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I see Mr. Mays as well. I'd like to comment on this. The cap, again, I would reiterate that that certainly would be something, even within the recreation sphere, would be something that would, I think, be beneficial to all of us. And if they ever were CPI was ever such that it was at a number that we were concerned with, we would be coming back to council, because when it comes to recreation culture fees, one of the key considerations is making sure that we balance what we're charging with making sure we provide opportunities for the community, and related to that is that people actually engage in registering, and we fill our classes, because it's ultimately what generates our revenues is through the volume in our programming. So the thought was just that it would certainly just make for a more efficient, rates of fees process. I think the cap would be helpful, but maybe Mr. Mays has more comments specific to recreation as he's worked through it through this process.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Mays?
Mr. Mayor, rereading the report, it just caught me that though we're talking about the CPI, we haven't really defined within this the when or which one. What I would recommend, and this might, is an amendment to this, and this might actually address the cap, is what we do traditionally as part of the budget process early, and I believe we're targeting the end of April to do the same sort of thing. We present the process for that coming year and the schedule and all that. At that time, we could also define what we're using for CPI, the number, and the council would then have the opportunity to determine whether that was reasonable or not. So, for instance, to set a cap at 3%, currently CPI isn't even that high at this time. So we would say, based upon the current numbers that we factored into the budget, that CPI is X, because at any time we have to project what it's going to be for next year. So it is a bit of a guessing game, because it does go up and down as the year goes along. The CPI that we use for wage purposes is the CPI at the end of October. We don't have that number until almost the end of November, so that doesn't make it very practical to get the advantage we're trying to use or get from using CPI as a base for increasing some of the fees that would just, in essence, have a nominal increase. So we could set a cap that could be, which is in essence an arbitrary number, or what we could use is what we're defining to be our target rate for inflation that we propose to council in the spring, as we typically do with the budget, and that could be used as in essence, the cap for the increase in user fees.
So two things, Mr. Mayor, through you, Mr. Mayor, is first on page 73 of the agenda, you do indicate that it's CPI as indicated by Stats Canada for the month of October that would apply. So if that's not what the intention, that is what it seems to indicate here. And secondly, the cap wasn't meant to be. It wasn't meant to be arbitrary for that year. It was meant to say you'd go with CPI on any given year, but if it ever exceeded 3, it would have to come for council approval. It wasn't meant to drive it to a number. Yeah. Sorry.
But through you, Mr. Mayor, again, using the one at the end of October is consistent with what we do for the pay rate. I mean, we would have to further define it. That's actually the Toronto CPI. We don't use like the general, the Canadian CPI. But that might not, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. McDougall, but I mean, for when we establish the recreation fees, we set them earlier than October, so to have that inflation rate at the end of November, we lose the practical advantage we would have of being able to use that tool. So we need something that's much earlier in the year.
Oh, okay. And two other quick questions, if I can. But I'm to understand, though, that if we were to proceed this way, it would be the fees would either be at what CPI gets set for once we agree to what CPI and when, or below that number. And next one was in this box on page 73 at the bottom. It says development charges are indexed as set out in town. The development charges bylaw is amended. I don't know. I don't even know what that's referring to unless somebody else is picking up on that.
Mr. Mace?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The development charges in our development charges bylaw are indexed on an annual basis according to the construction price index. And again, there's various indexes. So on an annual basis, on the anniversary of the development charges bylaw, it's indexed to whatever the increase has been on the construction price index over that time period. Construction price index typically is, excuse me, slightly above the general inflation rate.
So that's just included because it happens to be another example of using an indicator like a consumer price index, or is it related to the topic?
I think that was just, I'm sorry, I haven't had a lot of time to go through this report, but I believe that's put there for information purposes to give an example of something we have which is subject to annual indexing without having to bring that to council.
So it's an example of, okay, sorry. All right, sorry.
On your first question, in terms of the fees, so any recreation and culture fee that would be above the CPI, that would still come to council for an approval and a discussion. Mm-hmm. So it's anything above.
So effectively what this is doing is setting a baseline increase for the consumer price index as a maximum.
So can I ask this then? I assume the answer is yes to this, but I assume that if any user group had an issue with the fee at CPI and had some reason, perhaps there was, an explanation that, well, this wasn't considered, or we've had an unusual circumstance, or whatever it is, they would obviously go to staff, and they would still have the right to come to council, and although it's been delegated, we could address it. Would there be a way to making sure that they're doing that in somewhat of a timely fashion, so it's all in line with our timing for our publications, et cetera? Or?
Mm-hmm. Esther?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. We still have to publish annually the fees and give notice of same. Anything that is in here, council still retains the right to make a change if you want to, or consider something even though it's been delegated. So anybody has the opportunity to make their case or to indicate concerns or issues with something that's delegated.
Okay, thanks, Esther. That's very helpful. I guess then I would just say that I'd like to, I don't know if it's, I guess I can ask, you can ask me if it's friendly, Mr. Mayor, because I think I moved it, but to anybody else, just to, I think we should, I don't know if it needs to go in the I guess it would have to go in the recommendation that the delegation bylaw related to fees and charges would be exempt in the case that the CPI ran above 3%. Is that the correct wording, something to that effect, and therefore would require full council consideration?
Could reverse that anything over CPI is over 3% or above.
Right.
Or the language up to. Okay. We can wordsmith that. You want to be specific, I guess, to the Toronto CPI?
Well, I'm not
And
sure.
the
Is that what staff is saying for certain?
Is that, yeah.
Toronto CPI? Is that the one we'll be using, Mr. Mays?
The Toronto CPI is the one we use. Yes.
And then do you want to alter the date as well while we're at this?
What's that?
We want to alter the date as well? We're saying Toronto CPI is in October. Is that
I don't know if they
early
know
enough
the date to alter it to.
No, I know, but for the user fees, do you want a different, are you looking for a different date for the, if we're redefining this, should we maybe find a different date for the Toronto CPI?
Mr. Mays?
Mr. Mays?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that would be my recommendation, because the advantage we're trying to incur by being able to increase it by the CPI, that usually the recreation guide comes out in September or earlier, so that the October CPI would be too late. We'd have to be trying to guess what it's going to be, and we could actually be non-compliant with our own bylaw on that result. So we would have to have an earlier number so they could do the calculations, and also as they're preparing their budgets, they would need some number that they can work with.
So what month? What's the latest month that's still safe?
Well, I think Mike wants a definition, and
I think that what would be best is for us to take a look at that. I do totally agree that we need to come up with a different month in October as it relates to recreation fees, but I'd like to get a sense of what the best month is that's as late in the year but doesn't compromise the distribution of the guide. So perhaps for council we can update that to the appropriate month to support the recreation fees.
so that we could, when this comes forward to council, that the appropriate amendments be made?
Okay. The other thing I just wanted to mention just briefly was just for council's comfort level is as the fees are posted, we would certainly gauge the feeling of the community, and if we get any sense whatsoever from user groups or from the community on any given specific fee or cluster of fees, we would certainly bring that to council so council's aware. Even though it may be a recommended increase that's lower than, it would be our responsibility, we feel, to come forward to council so they're aware of any feedback we've received.
Sorry, and the last thing I'd add, unless staff feels uncomfortable with this, but I just think it might be, I know it's restating the obvious, as Esther's pointed out, but maybe an added point that just states that council retains the right to reconsider any fee or charge as delegated through this bylaw. And I think that it's there. It's just then if we get people reading this and concerned, they'll see that it's still.
Councillor Sponga, the seconder.
Councillor Taylor raised that issue because there's only really two ways that we get revenues. One is taxes, the other one is fees, so it's really important. Two questions. One is does this refer solely to recreation fees, or does this encompass sign permits and so forth, and planning fees? It does?
So this would apply to all fees and charges, not just recreation.
Okay. So in terms of then, it becomes even so much more important that council has some input into this, I feel. Do we need to have to define the month of the year in which the CPI is being used as a comparator, or can it be the average of the period to date? Or does everybody, like, you know, the recreation is one aspect of the fees. Do the other departments align their fee increases at the same time? Or do we just take an average of the time to date? Or do we need to have a specific month? Because you could have a spike on one month, and I'm just wondering, just a question.
Esther? Esther, go ahead.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, what we heard through the consultation was that the people who use this bylaw and need to understand their authority will find it easier having that definition that the CPI is as of this month, you know, representing this amount. So that explains very clearly to the people who have to use and implement the bylaw. So that's what we heard through the consultation, and so my recommendation would be to identify a month, and I think we heard from the Commissioner of Community Services that they'll take a look at. I believe that the CPI is published a couple of times a year in different months, so it's just a matter of identifying an earlier month that would perhaps work better for recreation and culture.
Okay, and how do the fines for legislative services, corporate services, and planning, when are those defined at the same time, or are they not impacted by CPI?
Esther?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know specifically about the other areas, whether they would or wouldn't, and whether that's a consideration. This applies to fees that would annually increase. I think probably most of the departments would be in the same situation, and I haven't heard identified that there be any other timeline or time frame for determining that amount, and there's no reason why it shouldn't be the same month for all.
Andrew?
Just as a point of reference, with respect to licensing fees, it would be the fall CPI that would be used as a
licensing
benchmark for licensing.
Do we know about planning? Planning is also, there is an impact on planning in terms of how much we actually...
I'm wondering if we could just agree on the principle, and then the implementation,
that.
how that's determined. Maybe we could circulate an email as to what staff feels is the most appropriate time in advance of the council meeting.
That's why Mr. Mayor was asking whether we need to define a specific month here, because if we're talking October is for HR and for licensing, but not necessarily for
Well, let's see what staff has to say as to what kind of a date they could land on, and then just circulate that. But at this point, I think what I'd be happy if we could agree with the principle of the CPI indicator, and then the details of how that's established. If staff could just circulate either an information report or an email prior to the council meeting, and we can and that's reflected in the revised model. That might be better for us. Okay, Councillor Sponga? Okay. Any further discussions?
Yep. Just one quick thing. Maybe when we come back, staff could just be prepared to explain a little bit about how CPI works too, because I think I believe it's cumulative, and so you can see spikes, et cetera. But as long as you're consistent, and so once you have, if it's Parks and Rec, and you always go with the same date year over year over year, you'll capture those anomalies year over year. You just don't want to be moving and picking different dates from one year to the next. And I believe it is a cumulative effect, but that sometimes it will seem like a spike, but that's because of the cumulative effect. But anyway, I'm not explaining it well. Somebody can do it better in the future or whatever.
That might be part of the information report. That could be good. Okay, good. I do have a recommendation, and I'll wait to see if it's friendly or not. But if we go to item number 12 and 13 on the agenda, that's around the request for final acceptance and assumption of subdivisions. Yeah, we already dealt with it, yeah. But I'm using these two as an example. So in the last 16 years that I've been on council, I've seen in excess of 100 of these requests, and I have never seen a change or modification to the recommendations. So what I'm thinking is that in a large measure, we're relying on staff's assessment, the engineering assessment of how effective the works are and whether or not those works are eligible to be assumed. So to my way of thinking, it's largely an engineering or an administrative decision. And so my recommendation would be that we add the final acceptance and the assumption based on the engineering department's review of the request. And if the works are satisfactory, why don't we allow staff to accept those? Mr. Sheldon, your thoughts?
Just the reason that assumptions were still coming to council goes back prior to the ward system, where it was sort of one last shot for any member of council around the table to say, well, on such and such a street, there's still this problem. So we now have the ward system in place. I would suggest that if you delegate the authority to us, do it such that we still provide an information report out that we're about to assume this. Unless anyone bumps this thing up, then it takes place. And that's subject to any legal components that might result from that.
That's what I was going to say. Is there any way of having them keep the assumption and look after the operational costs of developers?
Never assume.
Yeah.
No? Okay.
No. So I'll ask the mover and the seconder if that's a friendly amendment. Yep. Okay. All right. Any further discussion?
So the friendly, sorry, just so I'm clear though, the friendly amendment is that the assumptions are delegated to staff with a information report to be circulated to council. Yeah.
To be circulated with the provisions to bump up before the similar to we have for site plan. Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, delegation bylaw. Next item is item number 25, Accessibility Advisory Committee minutes, recommendation, and that's with respect to accessible taxis. We do have a recommendation here before us. I don't know. I have to admit I had a concern about this, and that is that I'm not sure if this has been referred to staff or not. So my thought would be, is this recommendation referred to staff? Councillor Bazance?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted an opportunity to move the motion, but also to speak a little bit to it, because it did come up at the recent Accessibility Advisory Committee, so it hasn't had a lot of time yet to percolate through. So to get it on the floor, I just move this motion.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Would you consider as a friendly amendment, just we're being friendly tonight, that the item be referred to staff? Mm-hmm. Okay. Mr. Brower's indicated that staff has given it consideration. Okay. All right. Then I'll look for a seconder.
Got to get it on the floor.
Yep. Okay. Good. All right. Christine, as the mover.
Okay. Essentially, the issue has been apparently there had been a taxi company in Newmarket that provided transportation, accessible transportation. However, the challenge was that the cost, they were charging a premium for transporting people who had mobility challenges. And I guess there weren't sufficient enough customers that warranted the company to keep offering the service. So for some time now, residents in Newmarket requiring accessible taxi services have nothing available for them. Vaughan was facing a similar issue, as I understand it, and as a result, they RFP'd and did get 3 different taxi companies that responded to the RFP and were willing to provide the service at a rate that is comparable with the rate for all consumers. So they've gone through the process of establishing the RFP process and licensing and so forth. And so the idea is that if there is a need here in Newmarket, they would dispatch one of these cabs to Newmarket to provide the service as required. But the idea that Vaughan has is that it would really like to see this become a York regional service, so they're looking, I guess, to make this more of a pilot, if you will, in expanding beyond Vaughan.
Andrew as well.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just to perhaps add to Councillor Bazan's points, we did have, as Councillor Bazan said, there was a company that did provide the accessible cab service in Newmarket. We also had sent a letter to 3 brokerages that are currently licensed and operate in the town to see if they were interested in assuming the accessible plates, which is what would be required to offer the service. The law also requires that the individuals that require the services be charged at the same rate as a person who is able-bodied. So the concept, of course, is that you're not charging anything more just by virtue of the fact that you use an accessibility device like a wheelchair or a cane or other devices. So the company that was offering that service couldn't afford it because they felt they had to charge a premium for the additional time involved. And so because we've went out to our current licensed cab companies, there was no interest in it. And by virtue of the fact that there's a piggyback clause on Vaughan's RFP process, we can take advantage of that as well. So that was brought to the Accessibility Committee to see if they would support that, and we as staff do support that, and we can take advantage of it from a procurement point of view. So we wouldn't be required to do another RFP. So this is the sort of the administrative background on it.
Any further comments?
No, I just think that, I just think that there's definitely a need in Newmarket, and if we can, as I said, piggyback on a process that's already been established, and hopefully through this encourage local cab companies to look at providing a similar service. That would be the ultimate objective.
Okay. And the seconder, so the regional councillor?
Yeah, I guess my only question is, it sounds like basically it's a private company, right, in Vaughan, that nobody here wants to provide the service, but is that correct? Yeah.
That's correct. Yes.
So I'm just curious, why would somebody in Vaughan be anxious as a private company to provide accessible service here when it's at the exact same rate as normal service, and they have to come all the way from Vaughan to provide it? I mean, it's good news, but I'm just shocked.
Yeah. Excuse me. Well, of course, there's an aging population with more persons with disabilities, and I suspect that they might have contracts with some of the service agencies as well. So there might be
so you think they're going to be staying up here and providing that?
Correct, and they would be licensed within the town of Newmarket, and they would be required to pay the fees and all the other regulatory requirements related to taxi licensing in the town. So they would be they would meet all of our requirements locally as well.
So, and my last question is, what happens if, as the aging population continues to grow, if next year, the year after that, one of our local companies expresses interest?
Well, we would be required to follow the contract terms relative to Vaughan's RFP process. I don't know if there is a time limit on that. We can always issue new plates. Currently, there's 3 accessible taxi plates. So if there is greater demand, we can always open that up. And I think at that time, we would then do an RFP process and look again locally to see if local businesses would want to take that type of business on.
Okay, so we currently have 3 licenses. They're unused.
Yes.
We create them. We can create more?
Yes, we can issue new licenses, yes.
So there's no point in withholding one in case somebody asks. We're better just to create new ones?
There's a formula relative to demand, but yeah. We can always look at that demand and if needed, issue more licenses for sure.
And they feel they require all 3? Is that where this is going? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Councillor Twinney?
Thank you. Yeah, I certainly support this. It was I was on accessibility last term, and we did. It was one of our topics that we discussed, and I thought at the time that we had investigated because we had heard that they were charging more, and we investigated, and I thought at the time we were told that they were. I mean, there was three vehicles out there, but it sounds like they weren't really providing service.
They no longer operate the
Okay.
three plates. They returned them to the town.
Oh, they did. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I certainly support. You know, what I mean, it's a service that is, you know, I mean, it's needed, and if somebody's willing to do it, then that's great. And they are going to be charging the same rates. That was because that's it was a legality too that they had to charge the same rates as.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
I have one more question, if I can.
Mm-hmm.
Are they, once they have the license, are they required to respond to a call?
Yes, they would be, and the terms of that are relative again to the RFP or the contract in place in terms of response time. It's likely that it's a booked service, like it requires additional time, maybe half an hour, 40 minutes for a response, but I don't have those details in front of me.
Okay. And could they pick up any other?
No.
No? Okay, so it's restricted to that.
Mhm.
Okay. My concern, and the reason why I was wanted to be satisfied it was referred to staff, was the potential bylaw implications and the regulations, and that's all been covered, so I'm happy to see that we can go forward with it.
It's if I can clarify, it's only an accessible cab service. It's not a regular cab service, so they wouldn't be taking away from the other cab companies operating.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Next item is item number 28, and that is the proclamation of illegal trade of wildlife. So you're moving it? Okay. Is there a seconder for that? It's a proclamation.
What's the recommendation?
It's a proclamation.
It's just a proclamation. So you'll second that, Councillor Bazans? Did you want to speak to it?
No, I think it's important, and so I support them.
So there's no harvesting
Proclamation.
for food in Newmarket now for this month?
Watch out for anything. It actually was very interesting. It's about the illegal harvesting.
Especially turtles. A lot of turtles are harvested from there.
So you going to symposium?
Okay, any further discussion?
Is that interesting?
Councillor Smonga.
On this topic, I would like the two regional representatives to bring to the attention of regional forestry staff that I'm not the only one that has found spent casings at York Regional Forest. So keep an eye on it. Spent casings.
Spent casings?
Yeah. Buckshots.
So you're suggesting we don't go in the forest?
No, I'm suggesting you should bring that information to the staff because there are people hunting.
If you find them, you can, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Serious?
Seriously. Bender and Grace. I can tell you where.
Okay, well, getting back to this motion, all those in favor? Any opposed, and that is carried. That's item number 28. Item number 30, that was my request. And basically, I know the recommendation is to receive. As members of council may know, I do attend AMO meetings, although I'm not on the board. But the request from AMO is that we not only receive it, but we also pass the resolution that's attached to there, and that is to enable AMO through the One Investment Program. And that's a very substantial fund that has the breadth and the depth of management that it would be required to exercise the prudent investor standard. So I'm asking that we might have a motion to receive it and to pass the resolution that's attached to the correspondence. Regional Councillor?
I'd probably almost need a staff report as much as this is the last one, unless Mr. Mays is in a position to give this the double thumbs up, and then I'm happy.
Now, this is relative to AMO exercising that. That's not the local municipality exercising it.
No, I know, but I just don't think I understand what they're asking.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. If everybody else does, I'm impressed, but.
Okay. Mr. Mays?
No one's still awake, John.
Mr. Mayor, you probably maybe a little more informed on this than I am as far as the, I know in generic terms what the prudent investor standard would be. I'm not 100% sure in the context what AMO LAS is proposing. However, to put in reference to the town of Newmarket, our investment policy allows us to invest funds with the one investment fund, so we're allowed to do that. This recommendation, which we amendments to the Municipal Act, would allow them to expand the portfolio type of investments they could do, so that would impact a little more risk. And as it says in the proclamation, this is something the City of Toronto already has, as long as they can maintain a prudent investor standard, which I believe is probably based upon their credit rating or something like that. Again, I can prepare you a report on that and look into a little more detail, but the specific implications as far as we're concerned is that we do have within our policy that we can use the one investment fund. The one investment fund would be able to make these types of investments, which currently it cannot. However, our current investment strategy is that we only do a buy and hold type strategy, which would probably not entail the type of investments that they have. So it's almost a moot question. Our current policy would allow us to use the one investment fund. Our current council-approved strategy would not allow us to do those types of investments anyhow. So unless we make a modification to our strategy, which is something we could be contemplating in a year or so, it's more just a matter of principle.
So we're currently not in the one investment program. If we were to be in it, would you need to come to us to discuss that? And then we could learn more at that time? I guess I'm fine that way then, because of...
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor. The current policy allows me to use the one investment fund. But that doesn't mean I can use any sort of investment vehicle they have. I'm restricted in accordance with our investment policy, which is to buy and hold, that we don't do active trading. The type of investments I believe that they're looking into would be more of an active trading, which, to put it into context, that's what the region is more involved in. They have someone who actively buys and sells bonds, as opposed to you buy a bond, you collect your interest off it, and you wait till the expiration date. Our strategy at this time only allows us to do that. So I would have to come back to council to get permission, if those are the type of investments they're making, that I can then make those type of investments.
Okay, and as well, if we provided staff direction right now that if you were to engage in the one investment program, you'd come back to us and maybe brief us or explain it. So, I mean, I guess if that's what you're saying, yeah, that's fine. We're not in it, and you don't. If we were to go into it, if they changed it, and we were going to go into it, you would come back to us. You're saying? Okay, then I'm fine.
Okay. Who's the mover and the seconder? Okay, and Councillor Kerwin. Do you want to speak to it any further? It's just allows a different level of investment portfolio. Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Good. I think that does it for us. Yeah. We've dealt with it. We didn't have any action items. Reports from regional representatives? Okay. Any notices of motion? Any motions? New business. Councillor Sponga?
Two items quickly. One is, through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff. I had some residents in Newmarket that have, some residents of Ward 5 that have asked me about the Urban Hen pilot project. My understanding is that we had very minimal take on the project, and I was just wondering if there's if staff is going to review the results of the offering to the public, and whether there's an opportunity to expand the pilot project, still with the same number of same criteria, but expand it out town-wide to see if there's an opportunity for other people too.
Andrew?
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, there is one applicant in Ward 2. And I believe they're just in the process of gathering the required permissions from their neighbor and, looking into the coop that they are going to use and ensuring that it's the same. We hadn't looked at the scope of it beyond what council had directed, so that wasn't in our framework. We were going to look at this because it only began in March, it was the beginning of March, so we were going to look at this probably, I would say, August or September again. So if council wants to expand the scope beyond Ward 2 now, and I would suggest perhaps still within the 5
Same criteria.
resident, then that would be something that council would need to, and it may require reconsideration.
Okay, I will consider it, and I will not, well, what I'll do is I'll give a notice of motion now. Okay. May I? I know it's not that portion of the agenda.
We'll back it up.
But then if I can have a discussion with you. Right, I can have a discussion with you, and that motion may or may not come to council.
Sure.
Is that okay, Mr. Mayor? Sure. Thank you. The other one is, and by the way, if anybody, there is actually a farm now, and just as anecdotal to the item on the urban hands, there is a farm right now. There's developed a program where they actually incubate Canadian species chickens. There's only one species of chicken, Canadian chicken. They incubate the eggs. You can buy the chicks, and they raise them for you to the 4 month whatever threshold that we've set. They will educate you in that 4 months on how to raise the chickens, how to care for the chickens, how to build a coop. And then once the chicken stops laying eggs, because chickens don't necessarily lay eggs every month, and if you're going on holidays, that's another issue the City of Toronto has noticed. People leave their chickens behind. And so they will actually take back the chickens from you. So I'll be in touch with you about that. So the other one is...
Sounds like we're hatching a new business.
Thank you for that update. The other item... Hey, it's the other. You know what? I took over Jade's role in NEAC, so I get all this information now. The other one is the Goodwill site. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff. I don't know if there's anything we can do, but people continue to deposit used items. It's now become an excuse for dumping garbage, and on a regular basis, if you notice on Yonge Street side, there is. I'm sorry?
I've already contacted Florence.
Thanks. So if there's anything the staff could do, through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe to Director of Legislative Services, it's really become an eyesore. It's like truckloads of material that's being dumped, both there and in the back laneway.
Okay.
Thank you. That's it.
Great. Regional Councillor, new business.
Yeah, I'm not going to do the Goodwill because I just chose to email a staff member instead. But I did want to bring up purposely here, while it's streamed, that the Earth Hour results. Earth Hour was a big success. I want to thank everybody, all the ward councillors, for being involved. The War of the Wards did unbelievably, incredulously, produce a tie of 422 participants pledged in both wards 1 and 7, and so now the Newmarket Hydro, the mayor, and myself, I purposely expand that circle all the time, are now going to have to provide 2 community barbecues. So we'll be working on that diligently. But anyway, it was actually really a very successful effort, and there was 1,300 pledges in total. Great participation, and if you're wondering if the participation made a difference, Toronto last year, I believe, had about a 3.5% reduction on Earth Hour. This year, they had about a 3.2% reduction. Last year, Newmarket had a 3.6% reduction, and this year we had a 6.1% reduction. So it was a good success. And so, big thank you to the Earth Hour Committee, the Newmarket Hydro, NEAC, LSRCA, town staff, and in particular, I want to just mention Philip Zambito, who really got into this and propelled us forward and provided all the updates and did the coloring contest at the Magna Center. So also to Philip in particular, thank you for your incredible effort.
Thank you. With respect to the Goodwill, is it, Andrew? That just for the record, I think staff is making an effort to redirect those clothes another charity as opposed to just removing the clothes and throwing them out. So that's a good initiative on their part. Okay. While we're on new business and sites, I'm wondering if we might follow up with Viva to determine when or what the next steps are with respect to the Union Hotel. So that's been sitting, there's been a buckle around that building for a while now, and a big plastic, and there's a big plastic bag hanging down. So I'm wondering if we might, I don't know if we're meeting with Viva next to find out what their plans are in finalizing that site, because it's become a bit of an eyesore as well. Okay, closed session is not required. So what we'll do is we'll recess, not adjourn, and reconvene at 7 p.m. for a public hearing on two matters, 429 and 455 Harry Walker Parkway and 260 Eagle Street. And we'll hear the Harry Walker Parkway item first. Okay? So we'll recess until then. Yeah, we just changed it.
Oh, okay. It's a long day.
Yeah. Okay, if everyone would be seated, please. I'd like to call this Committee of the Whole meeting to order. And this evening we have two items remaining on our agenda. The first item is an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment for 429-445 Harry Walker Parkway. And the second item is the official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment for 260 Eagle Street. But before we do, I'll call on our clerk to provide the information that we're required to provide for a meeting of this nature. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this Committee of the Whole meeting. The Planning Act requires the town to hold at least one public meeting on any proposed Town of Newmarket official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. The purpose of this public meeting is to hear from anyone who has an interest in the applications for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment related to the lands located on the east side of Harry Walker Parkway South, north of Mulock Drive, municipally known as 429 and 445 Harry Walker Parkway South, to permit outdoor storage to facilitate a Region of York snow management facility and a parking reduction for the proposed future York Regional Police Station, and also related to the lands located on the southeast corner of Eagle Street and Cawthra Boulevard, municipally known as 260 Eagle Street, to permit a 6-story apartment building consisting of 124 rental units. The Committee of the Whole will not be making a decision regarding the proposed applications tonight, but will refer all written and verbal comments to planning staff to consider in a report that will be brought forward to a future Committee of the Whole or Council meeting. If you wish to be notified of subsequent meetings, or if you are making a presentation today, please complete a form with your name and address and submit it to the clerk's staff. Please note that in accordance with the Planning Act, the Ontario Municipal Board may dismiss an appeal without holding a hearing if the appellant failed to make either oral submissions at the public meeting or provide written submissions to Council prior to adoption. We thank you for your participation and interest in this meeting tonight.
Great, thank you. And for the benefit of those present, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Regional Councillor.
Thanks very much. With regards to the second item on the agenda, 260 Eagle Street, I'll be declaring a conflict of interest as I have for, I would suspect, over 5 years now in relation to this property. My house and my parents' house are both very close in proximity and within the notification area for this proposal, and I therefore will not be taking part in the discussion or debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. First item then is the proposal with respect to Harry Walker Parkway. There are representatives for the Regional Municipality of York here. Would you like to make a presentation? We permit up to 10 minutes.
Great, that works now. My name is Lauren Capolongo. I'm a land use planner with Malone Given Parsons, and I'm here on behalf of York Region. And we just have a brief presentation to provide you with an overview of the proposed development for the subject lands and context and a little bit of information. So York Region owns the lands municipally known as 415, 429, and 445 Harry Walker Parkway. They're located on the east side of Harry Walker Parkway, north of New Lock Drive. And only the portions of the property known as 429 and 445 Harry Walker Parkway, which are shown in gray, are subject to the applications before you tonight for official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. Sorry, I should go back. The properties of 429 and 445 Harry Walkway have a combined area of just about 3.5 hectares, and they have frontage on Harry Walker Parkway. And the lands are located within an employment area and surrounded by a variety of uses. To the north, there's existing employment lands. To the south, there's vacant employment lands. To the east is Highway 404, and to the west is the town of Newmarket's operation centers. This is a copy of the site plan. And York Region is proposing to develop the lands in their entirety for 3 public service facilities. The first at the south end would be a snow management facility and a stormwater management pond. And the snow management facility will ultimately include about a 346 building that will have office uses and vehicle storage space. The second use in the middle of the property will be a York Regional Police Station. And at the very north end, and identified as not part of this application, is a proposed emergency medical services facility. And those lands are actually subject to a separate application, a site plan application, and that's currently under review with the town staff. So the proposed York Regional Police Facility, it will sit on approximately 1.18 hectares of land, and it will have a joint access with the proposed EMS facility to the north, and it will have a controlled access to a staff parking area on the east side of the building. And YRP is proposing a 2-story building that will have a total combined GFA of about 6,000 square meters, and it'll hold offices, holding cells. It'll have a salary port, a community room, a fueling station, and it'll allow for the servicing facilities and parking on site. And the new YRP facility is required to maintain the current level of service in Newmarket and to accommodate the future growth in this area. So snow management facility, York Region in partnership with the town of Newmarket are investing in a state-of-the-art snow management facility to service the Davis Drive Rapid Way and other areas of Newmarket. The facility will be located in a low vulnerability area with respect to groundwater and will be graded and serviced to completely eliminate uncontrolled discharge of snowmelt into the environment. And the site grading will also allow for flow diversion to prevent direct discharge into Bogart Creek. Snow management facility will allow York Region to divert salt from entering Davis Drive watercourse by controlling the process through the use of treatment train to manage salt and other pollutants from ending up downstream. The treatment of the snow melt will include regular maintenance at the end of the winter season to remove accumulated debris and litter, removal of oil and other floatables in the oil and grit separator, removal of various pollutants through settling and plant uptake in a wetland cell, and additional quality control in the enhanced swales at the downstream end. And one of the key items to note is that the treatment of the snow melt represents an overall environmental improvement to the town compared with uncontrolled snow melt that occurs along roads. So with respect to the snow management facility, there are a couple points which we just wanted to highlight. Firstly, the site is located within a short hauling distance away from the area planned for the winter maintenance, which is the Davis Drive Rapidway, and it will service both the region and the town. The site is located within an employment area, which will minimize any disturbance to residents with respect to traffic and noise. The snow management portion of the site will be screened through landscaping berms to minimize visual distractions and prevent accumulative debris and litter from being blown around from the wind. And while there are no current design guidelines for snow management at the provincial level, providing treatment to snowmelt generally creates a significant net environmental benefit in comparison to leaving snow in place or uncontrolled disposal. As such, the proposal represents a step above and a great initiative to protect the environment. Snowmelt will actually not be going directly into Bogart Pond. It will be treated prior to entering a tributary of the Bogart Creek. And snowmelt will be addressed by the treatment train, which I just spoke about in the earlier slide. And lastly, the site will be operated and fully fenced and a secure municipal facility. So with respect to the official plan, the property is designated business park mixed employment, and areas that are designated business park are really intended to provide for employment type of uses. The mixed employment designation permits business and professional offices, research and development facilities, service commercial motor vehicle uses, and other uses. And outdoor storage, however, is actually not permitted on the property. And outdoor storage includes the storage and goods, material, and equipment, and it actually includes snow. So the proposed development conforms, in our opinion, to the business park designation, as it contributes to providing employment uses within the town. However, an amendment is required to permit the outdoor storage component associated with the snow management facility. With respect to the zoning bylaw, the current property is zoned mixed employment with a site-specific exemption. The mixed employment zone permits a broad range of employment uses, and a site-specific exemption on the property actually permits some retail uses. The town zoning bylaw contains a public use provision with that has a series of requirements that public uses must meet. The proposed development meets all of those criteria with the exception of the outdoor storage component. So as such, a zoning bylaw amendment is required to permit the outdoor storage associated with the snow management facility. And a second amendment is required to seek relief from the town zoning bylaw with respect to parking rate that would apply to the York Regional Police Facility. So just very briefly, we need an official plan amendment for the outdoor storage related to the snow management facility, and a zoning bylaw amendment to permit outdoor storage related to the snow management facility, and create a site-specific parking standard for the York Regional Police Facility.
Thank you.
So we have a series of staff here available from York Region and our consultant engineer as well to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Councillor Kerwin?
Yes, I would like to thank your staff and from ACOM and my colleagues, Regional Councillor Deputy Mayor John Taylor and Tony Van Vynen, and our own staff who met with you last week after all this information was gathered. And the meeting was really productive, and you've come up with a better solution. And we thank you for that. And you've pointed out two main important things, is that the flow from this storage center will go north to what's called the Bruce Lindsay Stormwater Retention Pond, and they're filtered there into the creek. But also you've put in a grid separator, and you take out the salt and you take out the sand. And what you're telling us is that the water that will go into the Bogart Creek eventually, into the Holland River and into Lake Simcoe, is a far greater quality than if we had allowed the snow to melt and run off from the street into our stormwater managed system. So I really thank you for the cooperation that's come forward here with regards to the proposal for the police station, but also there will be an EMS to the north, as you pointed out, and this makes good use of that land. And you've, like the snow, you've dissipated any concerns that I had, and I really profusely thank you for your professionalism, but it shows you what can happen when teams work together in a cooperative way to come up with better solutions to what we had in the past. So from the bottom of my heart, I can endorse this project now. So you've improved the Bogart Creek for me, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bazans?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Laura. Good to hear from you again. And I have to echo Councillor Kerwin's comments with respect to the environment, because we certainly didn't want to be replacing one sad situation and creating a new one. So I'm also very, very pleased to hear about the safety elements that have been built in. Newmarket will partner on this snow facility, and one of the reasons why it was so attractive to us to have this opportunity was because of the concerns from many, many residents in the area where the snow dump has been in Ray Twinney. Not only about the snow storage and the dirt and grit and so forth, but also from a safety perspective, because that snow storage site was en route to a school, and a lot of the people in the community were very concerned about the potential that kids, not just the potential, because they did catch kids in the snow mountain trying to tunnel through. So it was a considerable safety concern, as well as an environmental unsightly mess. So it's really good to see what a difference 30 years can make, and that the environment is certainly utmost concern. But on the safety feature, I guess one of the questions I would have is in the winter time, what will be the security measures to make sure that we don't have anybody who shouldn't be there thinking that this is a play hill to go in there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I understand from your region that it's going to be a fully fenced facility, so that will eliminate or minimize the number of children that may want to go in there and play in the snowbanks, as you pointed out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Regional Councillor?
Thanks. I just want to make a quick comment as well, because we have a number of people here. But I think one thing we want to highlight as well, and I'm sure Councillor Kerwin want highlighted, is that this is a good news story in more than one way. This, of course, is the former site of Halton Recycling. For those of you who don't know, it was an ongoing challenge for this community for many, many years with some very severe odors. We were able, as a municipality, to facilitate the closing of that facility, and now we see it being reborn, so to speak, as and we're going to now have a state-of-the-art police station, a state-of-the-art EMS station serving the town of Newmarket, and this new snow storage facility, which has been mentioned, will be of the highest environmental standards. As well, we are exploring, and I will say it's exploratory because we're not sure about operational and other security issues, but we're exploring and trying to maximize this site to the maximum, and see if we can possibly partner with the region on a skateboard park type facility on the location of the snow storage. We're not sure if that's possible yet, but we are looking at that as well. And so there's a lot of good angles to this project, and it's, I think, a very good step forward for this town from the days of Halton Recycling. Thank you.
Thank you. Be appropriate then to receive the deputation. Councillor Kerwin. Councillor Bazance. All those in favor? Thank you. That is carried. Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to depute or has any questions with respect to this development proposal? Okay. There being none, then we'll go on with the next item. Councillor Vey.
I was just checking some notes, and I missed your earlier comments. I'd just like to, this is going back to declaring a conflict or an interest in item. In our second item, the one that's coming up right now, my employer, in from the cold, has hired Groundswell urban planners to do some research for us on our behalf. So I certainly don't have any pecuniary interest, but I do want, out of an abundance of caution and a desire to be very transparent about this, I do want to let that information come out to the public. I will not, we're not making any decisions tonight, but I certainly will not be participating in this project at 260 Eagle Street.
Okay.
Thank you.
Going to leave then? John's going to leave? Okay. Thank you. Our next item then is our Development Services Report 2016-4 and the related council extract, and that's with respect to the application for an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 260 Eagle Street. Now, is there anyone here for the proponent? Mr. Rogers, you're here on behalf of the proponent?
Yes.
You have up to 10 minutes. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of Council, my name is Brad Rogers, and I'm here on behalf of Groundswell Urban Planners, on behalf of our client, Oxford Developments. I'm here with a few people from our team, plus the owners of the property. Mahinder Sood, who's the founder of Oxford Developments, is here with us, and also Stephen Meyer, who is the grandson, and he's the project manager for Oxford Developments. Also here with our architects, Alfredo Roca and Julian Jacobs from Toronto, who are here with us, as well as Langston Lai, who's a transportation engineer from MMM Group, who did the transportation study for us. I'm sure everyone is aware of the site and its location. The site is known as 260 Eagle Street, and it's on the south side of Eagle Street at the intersection of Cawthra, and it's about mid-block between Main Street and Yonge Street. The property is rectangular in shape. It's approximately 1.35 acres. It has 115 meters of frontage on Eagle Street and 46 meters of frontage on Cawthra. The property was purchased from the town of Newmarket by Oxford Developments in 2011. And as my memory serves me, I believe it was the former location of both Bell Canada, Newmarket Hydro, and the town of Newmarket Recreation Department. The site is currently vacant, and the YRT bus route, and it's bus route number 56, currently services Eagle Street. There's a bus that goes by here every 30 minutes between 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. daily, so translates to roughly 30 times a day that there's a bus that passes the subject site. The neighborhood characteristics, there's quite a few of them, different land uses within and around the subject site. It indicates to us that this site in this area is in an area of transition. Some of the surrounding land uses, to the east we have the Arts Music Store, which is the former LCBO, and there's also a variety of professional office and residential uses east of the property, all along Eagle Street to Main Street. To the north of the subject lands is a car wash in this area, a chiropractic and a massage clinic in there. There's also a dental office right here on the corner, and there's a cemetery across the street, as well as a commercial plaza here on the north side. To the south, there are 8 single-family dwellings on Andrew Street, and there is some residential to the south of this property. South of this residential, we have the Rogers Public School, and there's a park in that area. West of the subject site, there's a mixed-use development. I don't know if it's still referred to as Arts Variety, but Arts is on the corner. And there's both commercial and residential uses in that corner. As well, the region of York has a large facility they call nowadays the Newmarket Health Center, which is a long-term care facility. And Yonge Street is approximately 900 meters to the west. This is the proposed concept plan that we have come up with. We're proposing a 6-story apartment building with 124 dwelling units, and it's a 100% rental tenure. The building has been positioned as far to the north as possible to minimize the impacts of the residents and the dwellings on Andrew Street. There are 2 points of access. One is here on the east side Eagle Street, and the other one is here as far away from the intersection as possible on Cawthra. The 2 points of access provide for safe circulation with both surface and underground parking. The underground parking is the ramp down is in this area, and there's 1 floor of underground parking proposed. There's 124 units ranging from 1 bedrooms plus a den, and there are also some 2-bedroom units. The unit sizes range from 575 feet to 935 square feet. There's amenity areas on the lower floor, which include a party multi-purpose room, an exercise room, and a bike storage room. All of the garbage would be internal to the building. And the rental units are meant to provide for housing that is undersupplied within the town of Newmarket and the region of York. These are all of the various reports that we submitted for the applications. The submission was made to town staff on September 8th of 2015. The application was deemed complete in a letter from staff dated October 2nd, 2015. To date, we have received some circulation comments from various town departments and agencies. We are currently in the process of resubmitting a formal technical response back to the town on our initial comments. And on January 21st, 2016, a staff report was received at the Committee of the Whole, and it was referred to a statutory public meeting this evening. Well, this property is not within the urban center. We wanted to consider the angular plane as it's been defined, just for illustrative purposes. This is a view from the east, as though you were standing at the music store looking west. And the height here on the left is 1.7 meters, the normal height of a person. And looking at the eye level, the actual angular plane is defined here as 43.1 degrees. And we just wanted to point that out. There are trees on the south property line and other visual buffers that would further diminish the impacts of the building on the properties to the south. The height of the building is approximately 70 feet. This is a preliminary perspective of the building from the southeast, near the south property line of the music store. You will note that there are no balconies proposed, which would limit storage and unsightly clutter. And it also reduces the potential noise impacts to the existing neighbors. Detailed design is currently underway for the building, and it would be subject to site plan approval by the town of Newmarket. This is an artist's rendering over the aerial photograph of what the building would look like on the property in relation to some of the surrounding uses. We believe that this building represents a cohesive approach to planning while being courteous to the surrounding uses in this area of town that is in transition. The proposal addresses the dire shortage of rental housing in the town and in the region of York. And to conclude my comments, we look forward to the comments from the community and also any questions that Mayor and members of Council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. And as this is a public meeting, what we'll do is we'll start off with any comments from the public, and we may have you come back, Mr. Rogers.
Sure.
If there's any questions that can be answered later. Okay, so we still yet to receive. And committee has also received a number of letters which we'll include as part of the information to be contained in today's meeting as well. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak to the proposal? If you'd come down, please, and give us your name and address. We permit up to 5 minutes for individuals to make a deputation. Yep, right down here. Yep. Yeah. It's good if we could have you wait there, and that way we'll have a queuing line if we like. Okay? Good. If you could give us your name and address, please.
Yeah, my name is Mike Roberts. I live at 245 Rogers Road in Newmarket. Okay. I've been a resident of Newmarket since 1990, 26 years in the town.
If you could have a chair so that the micro, this proceeding is streamed, and so maybe the microphone will pick up your comments as well.
Do you want me to repeat that, or is everything okay?
I think we've got that now.
Okay.
Okay.
I've been a resident in Newmarket for 26 years, and I've lived in the same spot in Newmarket for that time period. I must admit, this was quite a shock to me that this was going to happen in my community. I have spoken to the mayor and Mr. Sponja in the past about our urban development in our town plan. And our town plan, as far as I know, talks about the urban development along high density along Yonge Street and Davis Drive. Our area of Newmarket is classified as a stable urban area. The person that was speaking from Groundswell is totally off mark when he says that the area is in transition. I have been there for 26 years and have seen no transition. The area looks almost exactly the same. The town has protected the area since it was built back in the 40s. It was built as a wartime community. It's been in Newmarket like that for that entire time period. The gentleman did mention that it was a Bell Canada site. It was a Newmarket Hydro site when I moved in. Turned into our Parks and Recs area for a few years. Other than that, that's the only transition changes down there. Arts Music moved over to where the liquor store was. Building did not change. Same building is still in place. Other than that, the area has looked exactly the same since I was there 26 years ago. Back in 1998, I applied for a small addition to my house in my community because I was raising 2 young children, and we're still there after all these years. I applied for a 250 square foot addition on my house, and during that time period, I had to go to the Committee of Adjustment. I had to go through meetings very similar to this. It was quite an ordeal, and the town engineers actually said to me that to put a 250 square foot addition on my house would be an insult to my community because it was changing the way in which our community looked. Now, 16 years ago was when I did that, or 17 years ago. So I wanted to put a 250 square foot addition on my house, and that was going to change my community, and the town was going to deny my application. Now you want to put a 6-story, 124 unit building that I'll be able to see from my back deck and will be also change our community immensely. 124 units will spell what? Approximately 300 to 400 more people. I challenged the town with a couple of really key things. MM&M Group did their traffic study. Being a member of that community, I cannot imagine that many more vehicles coming in and out of that onto Eagle Street. You're going to need to put traffic lights at the corner of Cawthron and Eagle. Absolutely no doubt, or you're going to have a major traffic accident there. Number 2, has anybody spoke to the York Region District School Board? I didn't see that on any of the sheets on anybody's things. I was in the community in 2005 when we had a discussion about putting a community center under Rogers Public School, and I spoke at that public meeting at the time as well. That community center never went ahead because it was going to change the way the community looked and felt. Rogers Public School was redeveloped. It actually houses the gifted program right now for the community of Newmarket and surrounding areas. The school board went forward with that idea, putting the gifted program in Rogers Public School because that school's population growth was stabilized. So the idea would be is the school would be stabilized at its current growth rate and then be able to house a gifted program, and the school has not changed its population growth in many years. We're going to put a 300-person dwelling down the road from us. Where are these kids going? Who's going to house them? Who's going to pay for the expansion of Rogers Public School? Who's going to handle the increased traffic flow through our communities? Where's the traffic plan for our communities? Where's the additional speed bumps? Where's the widening of our roads? All these changes to our communities are going to be directly impacted by this facility. I am very, very troubled by the fact that this property was owned by us as members of Newmarket and has been sold to a developer. Did this developer know ahead of time that they were going to get approval for this apartment dwelling? Because I was not aware of that when the property was sold to them. and I wasn't even aware it was being sold to a developer. So I find this whole thing very troubling as a resident. And I would like to refer you back to Schedule A of your own town plan, because on that town plan, there is no mention of high-density urban development in our community. And I would appeal to the town to please consider your own town plan, which you guys approved and put in place and amended in 2014. It does not show this change. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Next person then, please.
Good evening. My name is Mark Smith, and I too live in the area. I'm actually on Cawthra Boulevard, just around the corner. And I guess first of all, I'd like to thank Mike Roberts for the history and his knowledge of the area. We've been in the area 12 years, and I guess some of the comments he made seem to be pretty dead on to me as well with regards to changing the character of the area. There's a lot of commercial plotting shown on the proposal presented. But one of the things that all of those buildings are either 1 or 2 story. Suddenly to go from everything being relatively level to one thing standing out seems completely out of character. The next nearest building that's of any height is right beside, is right on Eagle as you make the turn towards Water Street there, and it's a tall building, but it's got a huge park to support the height. And it seems to me, though I don't back onto where this proposed development will be, and we're looking at the, I guess the eyesight sort of study about that, you're going to be looking right into the backyards of all of those people at 6 stories. I mean, at very least, it seems like it's at least 2 or 3 stories out of character for the neighborhood. And also on the plan, it shows there would be entry and exit off of Cawthra Boulevard, as well as into the underground parking. But if you're actually standing on that plot of land there, Arts entrance is right across the way, and you have the school buses. And as Mr. Roberts mentioned with regards to having the gifted program come to town, all of a sudden, instead of having just local kids, you've got a ton of busing going on up and down the street. So having entryway on and off of Cawthra Boulevard between Arts Variety and the school buses, and having the postal, whatever you call that post thing, right on the same corner there, suddenly seems to be getting very busy for a street that only has about 7 or 8 houses on it. So I have some concerns with regards to approving the plan as is, and pretty much just wanted to come and raise those.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
John Williams, 261 Rogers Road. I'm strongly opposed as well. I've lived on Rogers Road for 37 years, and we were very troubled, just as Mike was, when we heard about this happening. I have several concerns. One is the increased traffic congestion, which has already been mentioned. When school is coming in and going out, Cawthra and Eagle is very difficult to manipulate through now. What will it be like when there's another 200 to 300 people in that apartment? I can't even imagine it. There's a public school, as has been mentioned, less than 2 blocks away. There's always increased crime with apartments, with rentals like this. There's already problems with the apartments at Cawthra. A policeman I was talking to said they've been there many times. I think of a similar apartment at Lorne and Davis Drive. There's several apartments there, and I know that there's been a murder there. There have been things thrown from upper floor windows, increased domestic violence. I don't want to see that in the neighborhood that I live in. I think there'd be an increased risk of crime for the children attending that school. So those are some of the things. I think it would also degrade the value of the properties that we have now. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, fellow council members, my name is Annabelle Arneson, and I am directly behind this monstrosity that's proposed. I live at 245 Andrew Street, and currently in my back garden in the summertime, I can see fireflies. I imagine that the light pollution from the car park, which will need to be lit, will affect my ability to see fireflies ever again. I enjoy watching blue jays and cardinals in my back garden. It's a little oasis, and it's about to be destroyed. You are allowing, or considering to allow, a monstrosity of a building to be built in this 260 Eagle Street, which is absolutely against every aesthetic of every person who's living on Andrew Street. These homes are veteran homes. We are guided by bylaws that are created by you at this council, that we cannot change anything about the front of our properties. We can't even put a stoop on the front of our properties because we're not allowed to change the aesthetic. Why then is council considering this 6-story building which will directly overlook my back garden in the first place? This is not something you should consider. I am completely opposed to this, and if I have to lay down in front of the bulldozers, I jolly well will. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yes, sir?
Paul Thorner.
Sorry, I didn't catch your name, sir.
Paul Thorner.
Okay, Paul.
My parents have lived at 241 Andrew Street for 55 years. I agree the town does need rental properties, but there's a lot of areas in town that would be better suited for that. Our backyard, we have a pool. The sight lines, as the planner showed, was only the west elevation. He did not show the south side or the east side, just the one side. The sight lines would definitely, we would have no more privacy in our backyards. The traffic study was done in 2013. The two other gentlemen took a lot of my thunder out of my sail, but I think we're not opposed to development, but a 6-story would definitely not stay in character of the official plan, and we're opposed to it. That's it. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the issue? Okay.
My name is Don Jennett. I've lived at 269 Andrew Street for 45 years. And why you would consider this building in an area that's been built low height for all these years, and then want to stick an eyesore like that in it. It'll look like that one you have up in Eagle Street. If you just want to build high-rise, why don't you go up north of Lowe's and buy that field and put in 10 or 20 of them? You don't have to stick one in our area. As far as putting a set of lights in at Cawthron and Davis, there's no room to store any cars there when the light's on red holding them back. 2 cars is all you'll store there. There's no way you can put a set of lights and solve your traffic problem there. What they'll do is go down Andrew and out at the light down there on on Lorne, and it'll just increase the traffic on our road, which is bad enough now. It's, as far as it being a community in transition, it certainly isn't. It's been the same for all the years I've been there. The only thing that's come up is that anything new is Rogers School, and they're told to tore the old one down and put a bigger one in. So why you would even consider that is beyond me. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Teresa Crusati, and I live on Roywood Crescent. So I'm not immediately affected by this building. However, my grandson goes to Rogers Public School. The traffic in the morning, getting in and out of that area, is quite intense. My concern is that there are no crossing guards that will allow children to be crossing in that area right now. the traffic flow that comes through from people trying to get around and get out to Kane Parkway, that traffic is very full and very fast along Denny Parkway there. We live in that area and have for 21 years. We like the area very much. We do not want to see that area sit empty because right now it's a garbage collection area. A lot of stuff is left there. I noticed that the drop-off bin for clothes is missing now, which is great, but it's still a drop-off area for garbage. It is, for my family, an area where we like to walk, and we participate in the school, in the park, and we would prefer to have a smaller single-story or double-story building in that area, not 6 stories. For reference on size, the Glenway apartment building that you have that was on Glenway Golf and Country Club is only 5 stories high. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Valerie Luttrell. I live at 306 Tower Crest. I'm not opposed in general to development on that corner, and I understand we need rental, but I think it should be in proportion to the existing neighborhood. You have an increase in usage of the school. You have a much higher traffic problem with that much population density. We've already had an influx of traffic once they opened Clear Meadow up to the new development, and it was opened all the way to Bathurst. People use our subdivision and our neighborhood to come through. And I don't think traffic studies were done before, but after, to see how much more traffic comes through that entire neighborhood. It's used as an alternate route. As I said, I'm not opposed to some. I know that the plan was allowable for lower density, single family, semi, or even townhomes. So I was quite surprised to see a 6-story building. I think something more in proportion to the existing neighborhood would be appropriate.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Andrew Lundy. I live at 246 Andrew. We've lived there for 3 years. One of the reasons we picked the house that we picked to live in was because of the area. It's a very safe, quiet area. We have 2 kids. They're 7 and 9. And we know most of the people on the street already, and we feel secure with the place we have to live and to raise our kids in. That was one of the main selling features when we purchased the home. If you're going to bring in a 6-story building, it's going to be pretty much impossible to get to know all of those people, and the security that we have with our family will be compromised as a result. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Alex Stevenson. I just recently purchased the property at 253 Andrew. Some new neighbor. I guess I primarily came here tonight to find out more information about the proposed dwelling, what the potential targeted demographic may be, finding out that the rental units were going to be starting under 600 square feet and up to under 1,000, nothing more than 2 bedrooms. Kind of identifies that you're very limited families living there, which is something I was attracted to in the neighborhood. I don't have children like most of the other people have spoken, but I plan to. I attended a public school with the Gifted program growing up in Barrie, and it was an excellent environment. And now hearing that the school nearby has that as well, that's something that is attractive. People have made mention of the traffic, and I realize across the road is a car wash. You know, it's not the nicest business. I work for a large electrical firm and traffic systems company. We actually work with MMM. They're called Makes Many Mistakes. I question what they're doing in that area. I've seen their product, and I question it in that area. An intersection wouldn't help. So that's all. That's all I have.
Thank you. That's interesting. makes many mistakes. Okay. It's the first time I've heard that. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? We also have some correspondence from Ann Evans, also from Mr. X. Hahn and Mr. Thorner as well, and those will be a matter of record for us as well. So unless there are any additional questions or any new thoughts or new what we've heard here is the concerns are around the capacity from the school board, that there was a question raised with respect to the potential of having prior approval, and I can assure you that that simply is not the case, that this parcel of land needs to go through the normal development process, and this council has to undertake the same due diligence as we would with any other property. And so I'd like to take that concern off the table. I've heard some concerns about traffic and some requests with respect to the impact of that traffic and the potential of crossing guards. The suggestion that the crime would increase, although I don't have anything to support that thought. The property values, perhaps that can be addressed by our planning department. But the primary concern that I'm hearing here is the height, the size of the building, and the impact that it will have on the neighborhood. And all of those matters will be a matter of record here, and our planning staff have been taking notes. You know that certain elements have already been addressed in the report for those of you who have had a chance to read the report. If not, I think a copy of that report is available to you. So before I ask for a motion to receive the deputations, the presentations, and the correspondence, I'll ask our Director of Planning, Mr. Nethery, to maybe before I do that, I see Councillor Sponger has a comment, but I'll ask Mr. Nethery following that to let the audience know what the next steps are and what other opportunities that you would have for input, and if you want to provide some further input following tonight's meeting, what that process is. But I see Councillor Sponga wishes to speak to the issue as well. Councillor Sponga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to start off just because Ward 5 is a very, we heard all the wonderful qualities of our community expressed tonight by the residents, and I can assure you that the same qualities and the same wonderful quality of life that you experience around the Eagle Street area, the same quality of life and the same neighbors in Ward 5 are experiencing the same wonderful quality of life in the high-rise buildings at Lauren Davis Drive, and I can assure you that, to my knowledge, no murders have taken place there, and there's many seniors that live in that area, and so please, I wouldn't want to give that area a shroud that they don't deserve. Having said that, my first question, I wanted to clarify that. My first question actually is to Mr. Nethery, and then I have a comment. And I'm not sure, Mr. Nethery, whether you're able to give me that answer at this point or not. The angular plane that is contemplated as part of the secondary plan, my understanding is around, it's about 22 degrees, 30 to 22 degrees. Can you confirm that, and can you tell me in respect to what the angular plane proposed in the secondary plan, how this is different and what the difference, what the impact is, please?
Mr. Nethery?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the angular plane was expressed in two different ways in the secondary plan, and it made reference to whether or not you're on the opposite side of the road versus on the same side of the road. And I know that sounds very confusing, but it was 45 degrees if you're on the same side of the road. So in other words, if your backyard touched a development that had a building on it, that building would have to maintain the 45-degree angular plane. The 22.5-degree one was where there was a intervening road in between your property and the other side of the street where that building would be.
Okay.
And so that the angular plane was, if you recall, the drawing that the applicant had put up on the board that tried to show the angle between where the house was relative to where the building was.
And the importance for that is basically the fact that the site view into people's backyards and so forth. Is that
Privacy and presumably shadowing and that sort of thing.
So I think that it was a very valid point. I think one of the, I think that Mr. Rogers had touched onto the angular plane, and I know some of the residents had raised it, so that's a very important point as well. The comment I wanted to make, Mr. Mayor, is that the meeting tonight is a statutory meeting. And as the Mayor said, it doesn't matter what application we have, this is part of the process that we have to afford to every resident, every property owner in the town of Newmarket. I heard some comments, and like the pre-approval comment that was made earlier, and I just want to reassure you that this is, by any means, doesn't mean that, by any stretch, that either staff or council at this point support the project. That debate will occur at another date once your comments have been gathered by our planning department. The comments from all the different agencies have been gathered and vetted as well, and a report is then written by our planning department and submitted to the town. And that report is going to form the basis for the debate. So that report, the meeting that we're having tonight is actually going to inform the findings of that report. Having said that, I also have to recognize the fact that the folks at Oxford Home have been very cooperative in the past years, and I myself, with some of the residents, it might have been 3 years by now. I'm not sure. Maybe Stephen remembers, but at least 3 years that we've met. So first of all, I want to take that opportunity to thank you for taking the time to meet with myself and the adjacent residents in the back. I'm quite surprised to see that the development, the proposal in front of us, because the comments that came out of those meetings definitely are now reflected in the development of the proposal that is in front of us. Many of the residents that I spoke with, as the mayor said earlier, are very concerned with the main concerns are around the massing and the heights of this building. And I've had an opportunity, actually, not too long ago, in passing, to have a discussion with Mr. Rogers, and I still hope that we have an opportunity after tonight's meeting to sit down and have a further discussion around how we can work on this development together, because as we all heard, we need alternative form of housing in our municipality. I honestly, as I said to Brad, and Brad can tell you, I'm totally honest with you at this point, I said I would love to see a development like the Zamani Homes on Eagle Street, Eagle's Nest, I believe it's called. That type of development. And I think that type of development can be very, very complementary to the neighborhood. But at this point, honestly, I feel that the development, as much as development and alternative form of housing is needed in our municipality, I'm afraid that this proposal in front of us right now is not sympathetic to the residences around it. So I would hope that the proponents hear the comments today and hopefully are willing to do some work on it. And I think eventually they can come back with a proposal that is more sympathetic to the residences around it and something that's more in keeping with the type of development that both the residents and myself would feel comfortable in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So what we should say here, that this is the beginning of a process, one of which every property owner is entitled to, and one of which we are required by law to adhere to. So I'll ask our Director of Planning now to let you know what the next steps would be and what the further opportunities are for you to provide input into the process. Mr. Nethery?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Based on the information that we've heard this evening, as well as the technical examination that's still underway, there are still some outstanding comments coming in from internal and external departments, and I think we heard the applicant mention that there was a resubmission coming in as well, and that will need to be evaluated. So that information, coupled with the public information that we heard today, will enable us to complete a report. As it stands now, I wouldn't expect to see that any sooner than May at the regular committee of the whole, and we can certainly keep the residents aware of the timing for that, particularly if they've left their information for us. That committee of the whole will be a meeting whereby this council, this committee will receive that report and make a determination based on what it recommends. And it might recommend approval, denial, or modification. And it also creates the opportunity for some further dialogue if it turns out that that's what council thinks is appropriate. The council could conceivably give opportunity for the public to submit further deputations at that time. Otherwise, if it turns out the council were of a mind to approve something, there are appeal opportunities that the public has. Similarly, if council refuses the application, there are appeal opportunities that the applicants would have. And those are prescribed under the Planning Act.
Thank you. So in between now and then, if there's, not everybody, it's not easy to get up and do a deputation. So if you have some thoughts that you want the planning department know, who should they send an email to, Mr. Nether?
Or they can send it to the general mailbox at planning, or if they can send it to me as well. And we'd be happy to take it into consideration.
So the next steps then will be that our planning staff will analyze the proposal, give consideration to what's being raised, and then their recommendations will come forward to council. And you'll have an opportunity to do a deputation then, as well as at the committee of the whole, and as well as at council. And then there's also the options for appeals with the Ontario Municipal Board as we go forward. So if there are no further comments or questions, I'll entertain a motion then to receive the presentation, the deputations, and the correspondence. Councillor Sponga, seconded by Councillor Bazans. All those in favor? None opposed, and that is carried. And I'll entertain a motion then to adjourn as well. Councillor Sponga, Councillor Hampton. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Appreciate you coming out.